kick ass. And I'm all out of bubble. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall. The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking,
Hate me if you can survive if I let you.
I'm figuring and thinking there's nothing to stop my soul man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, niggas that'll work with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Isman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the band from Australia to Japan.
Shake down the road, old shit back to stroke up the Mississippi.
We are bigger. We are faster. And we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, and we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
Jackie Jones, it's good to be here again with you on In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the man who tells you what to do, the king of all the marks, the boss baby, the power goat.
Boom!
Bada
Bada-ha! Obastar!
We're seeing here in the chat room, people are saying, well, not that one, but people are saying the Headies. But the thing is, Hank McGee, he took offense that we were going to do the Headies tonight.
Mhm.
He doesn't even like the word Headies.
Exactly.
He's trying to make us change it to another word because he's wanting to ban it from the In Your Head lingo.
And we
But
are
we're-
standing up for the rights of the Headyverse.
But he has put an embargo on or a ban on the Headies for tonight at least.
But we're trying. We've got. We're in court now, trying to settle this. You know, the way you go. I would just like to do, the way men do it and just battle it out. And me and Incher just kick some McGee ass. But we've been told not to do that, and it's suggested that we take this to court. So hopefully we'll get it all settled, and the Headies will be legal by next week. So it does
Damn,
give me
Hank
one
McGee
more
thinks
week
he
here
knows everything.
to rock the vote. Vote or die. But
Most
you
definitely.
still get folks. You still get Jack and Incher here talking about the wrestling.
Wrestling. Jackie Jones.
I actually watched a clip of Raw this week.
I haven't watched any bit of Raw. Nothing. I've heard that Cody got beat up. Was that the clip that you watched?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I figured.
I tried to watch the promo, and literally it was like, so I'm watching it, and I don't, fuck it, I don't care if I spoil the Raw report. Take that, Toronto Stevie. And so Cody's out there, and I'll be the first to admit he's got the people eating out of the palm of his hands. They're loving it. But I'm listening to it, it's like, man, this is like all the stuff that everyone turned on him for in on AEW.
Okay, you're
all the
getting
fans. Like, it's real corny. It's like super scripted, overly produced.
Mhm.
He doesn't seem believable at all, but the fans are just loving it, like
They are
lapping his palms.
lapping it up, and I was guilty of this once before when he started AEW, but now he has shown his true colors. Because where is he in AEW? He's gone. He was feeding us all this bull manure. He started a new company to destroy the old regime.
Yeah,
And what'd he do? He went crawling back to him.
yeah.
He was like, "Oh, please,
And,
Vince, take me back.
and so he's going over all
Please.
this bullshit, and it's super like
I want that
cornball.
belt because I'm the biggest mark ever.
And
Give it
so I
to me."
start I start watching it in like two speed, which was I couldn't really understand, so I was doing it 1.75. And then I'm like, I don't care about this shit. So I'm scrolling through it, and The Rock's coming out. All right, let's see The Rock. And The Rock literally takes 10 minutes. I'm not joking. Takes 10 minutes to walk to the ring. And then so
Uh-huh.
I'm going over that. I'm like, come on, let's get out of here. And then so he's finally in the ring, and he says nothing. They just stand there and look at each other. I'm like, what the hell am I watching? I thought he beat him up. So then I have to go find the other clip where they fight.
Yeah. See, I haven't seen any of Raw. I'll probably watch it. I don't know. I'll see if it really tickles my fancy enough to sit through 3 hours of Monday Night Raw. 3 hours.
I will not deny that the fans were loving it. I'm a fan of The Rock. I'll say this though. So The Rock, for years, literally decades, I've seen fans forever, the IWC, on this show, on social media, everywhere, message boards. Bring back the Attitude Era. We demand the Attitude Era. The Rock comes back. He says some naughty words. And like, wow, we want PG era back. We can't take this bad words. Get here. Oh my God. But a bunch of pussies.
Jack, I told myself when I was young, I'll never be like my father in the way that he looks at the current generation. But my God, I do not understand the current generation. They scream that they want the Attitude Era, and then they get something, just a hint of Attitude
Yeah.
Era, and they're like,
Anytime.
"Ah!"
Every time, if there's blood in AEW, if there's anything edgy, every single time, all you ever hear, we need the Attitude Era back. And every time there's anything remotely edgy, a little bit of a hint of bad words, some violence, they all start pissing their pants.
The point of wrestling is to have violence, but it's fake, but make it believable. Now, how
Yeah.
are you gonna have violence without, like, people saying bad words
Yeah.
or people, making it a little bit of blood to make it believable? I mean, it's a performance. I mean, do people not understand performance anymore? I mean, you have to have some form of expression, and the expression in wrestling is violence.
I
Right?
don't even understand this. This Gabriel saying it's probably because most people fawn for an Attitude Era renaissance. I just said that they want it back, but then as soon as they swear or something, they get all pissed.
I do not understand anymore.
They're like, no, we can't have. Basically they'll bitch at anything. This is no joke. Besides In Your Head Wrestling, because it's our group, I just keep on following all these pages. Every time I see him, it's just, oh my God, I can't. People tell me all these other fandoms are toxic, whatever. Nothing like the wrestling fans. And I don't mean everyone. I'm not saying every wrestling fan's toxic, but there's so many of them that you can't even read these things. And then the more that are out there, it pushes other people away, because who even wants to like interact with this stuff? You'll be like, oh, I like that show. Oh, it sucked. It not only does it, they have to, if you don't like whatever, It's like they didn't probably even watch it. They're like, but the quarter hour, and here's a picture of the hard cam without people, and this. The other week when I went to AEW and I had a good time and I had pictures, people were so crazy telling me that I was using trick photography to make it look like the place wasn't empty. They're saying that Sasha Banks wasn't actually over Monet. It was piped in, and I'm like, I was there, I was watching it. So I ended up actually deleting my own pictures off our own group because it was just nonstop idiotic replies, and it's like I'd rather not even talk about it. I'd rather just go and watch it and enjoy myself.
I do not understand why people want to rally against AEW so much. It's an alternative to the WWE, and for years we have wanted it, and now that we have it, people don't want it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot. I go there and people are loving it and stuff. So I know there's people love it.
Yes.
But you get drowned out by this stuff. These, like, I don't know, the gatekeepers word, but and after a while, like myself, it's like I don't even want to reply to these things. So anyone who really likes it, they just stay away from the, it's like it's not like an interaction like I like it because of this. Well, I didn't like it because of this. It's just like this venomous hatred of every single aspect, every or saying you shouldn't like it, or even stuff that you could see with your own eyes is over, but it's not actually over, and it's insanity.
I'm just going to tell
people who like wrestling. Tony Khan's this giant mark because he grew up watching wrestling. Can you imagine going to a movie and you're just like, I only want to watch this movie if a guy who hates movies made it? You like Spielberg grew up watching movies? Fuck that guy. I don't want to see his movies. I want to see this guy's movie who hates film.
But that man is gone now. And it is, I would say this. I mean, I'm curious to see where WWE goes from here. Will it be good? We'll just have to wait and see. But I will say that fans who just want to like bash AEW, really just watch the show.
Yeah, or just don't. If you hate it, just don't watch it.
Yeah.
If you've hated it ever since its existence, why would you just keep watching it?
Now, ask yourself this, though. Do you hate it because of something somebody else said, or did you actually watch it for yourself? Because if you're judging it upon what somebody else said, that's not fair. You need to view it for yourself and make your own decision.
That's like well, I mean, you could see people when they literally just use the same exact quotes that whoever their favorite guy is, they say just all the Jim Cornette quotes. It's not like, oh wow, that's an original thought. The guy
it does stick out like a sore thumb whenever somebody just says what Cornette's been saying.
Yeah. And I don't agree with this either. Someone told me comparing brand name to another name, like comparing Snickers with chocolate nougat and nut treat, the nut treat will never get a fair shake to compete. I don't agree with that. I don't think you can compare anything. Now, do you mean one has more money, so it's got more sparkly stuff? Who cares about that? I personally enjoy AEW more. So I like it better. It has nothing to do. I wouldn't say they can't compete for my entertainment. They definitely can compete for my entertainment. A movie that costs $300 million, can they compete? A movie that costs $100,000 or $1 million, can they compete with the special effects? No, but can they compete for entertainment? Of course. Although, do I think like every Transformer movie is the greatest film ever made? It's something that costs a fraction of that completely sucks. No, sometimes it has nothing to do with how good something is.
I was expecting, of course, but you said no.
I know.
I thought you were going to say, of course.
Godzilla -1 costs like $10 million, and the American Godzillas cost hundreds of millions. And Godzilla -1 was far more entertaining.
I've got to see this Godzilla -1 because it's actually made you a fan of Godzilla.
It's my favorite Godzilla movie by far, not even close.
So I haven't seen it yet, but I am curious to see it because I am a Godzilla fan when I was a young child, and I'd like to see it. I'm
you
not
gonna
like a huge fan, but I
Yeah.
do like Godzilla.
Are you gonna
But
see us do one when him and Kong are like buddies running out of the middle of the earth?
oh yeah, that's what everybody wanted. Like in wrestling, that's probably what people want in wrestling now. Just people always become friends, and then like they get to the moment where they're really going to fight, and then they become friends. They're like, hey, this is just silly. Let's just buddy up and beat up something else. But Jackie Jones, back to what I was saying, you really got to watch the program for yourself, because basically what Jim Cornette, if you had what Jim Cornette wanted, trust me, you wouldn't want it. Like if Jim Cornette was booking AEW, he booked Ring of Honor. That was probably one of the lowest periods of Ring of Honor's time. Like
Look
people
at
weren't
that. He was
that very
booking.
interested
He
in it.
was on the creative team of WWE pre-Attitude Era. It was like it was almost out of business.
Yeah, Smoky Mountain. You never hear anything like good about it.
The only guy who I did hear about it is the man that he vilifies today, Dave Meltzer. When I was reading The Observer, Smoky Mountain, the greatest thing in all of wrestling, and he would trash ECW. And I was before I seen either one that I saw ECW. I was like, this was the thing that I was fucking. This is great. This is like the most like emotionally attached I was to a wrestling company, and completely revolutionized wrestling. And he was just going on and on about Smoky Mountain Wrestling. I watch that, and nothing against it. It's enjoyable, but it was a throwback to the territory days. Nothing revolutionary at all. In fact, it was the opposite. And that's all well and good. But it's funny that Cornette, oh yeah, Meltzer knows what he's talking about then. Meltzer knows what he's talking about when he likes Ohio Valley wrestling. When he's naming me Booker of the Year. Wait a minute. He likes the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. This guy knows nothing about wrestling. He's a complete, idiot.
Yes, yeah. So he likes you when you're buddies with him, and he don't like you when you question some of the things that he says. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, based on his track record, I mean, he's no better than Russo.
Yeah. I've actually,
I mean, Russo's had bigger shows than him.
Oh, 100%.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
I've actually had the exact opposite reaction to this. The true diehards gravitate to AEW and appreciate both companies, but my girl that doesn't watch wrestling, she isn't watching All Out. She might watch WrestleMania. That's all well and good. I've actually have run into the exact opposite, where fans who don't watch anymore started watching AEW, and I've said this many times on the show. Guys like Orange Cassidy is one of their favorites. It's a lot of the people of the opposite, where people are like telling you these guys run folks out of becoming fans. They see Orange Cassidy, whatever. No, I'm him, Danhausen are the guys they're into. So I don't think you can put these blanket statements over anybody.
I have friends
and
who are
also to act like AEW's. It's obviously it has 5 years behind it. WWE has decades, but you can't act like AEW's like. It's not like a small indie. I mean, they had 80,000 people at All Out and have sold out many. They had almost 10,000 people in Boston the other night when I was there. So I think that's kind of it's a giant stretch. I think he's going too far one way or the other there. It's like, sure. He said this, which is something I want to bring up. He says, as far as branding value. So yeah, you can't compare one success to the other. But I've noticed a lot of wrestling fans are not fans of wrestling. They're fans of success. Like they don't like you could ask them what they could not care less about the match. They're like, well, WWE made blah X amount of money. They sold, this quarter hour, all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I'm not interested in me, but whatever. But it seems like there is a group of fans, and I think it's probably a combination of Meltzer is part of this, because I remember during the Monday Night Wars talking so much about the quarter numbers and stuff, and then it's people online who read all this stuff and they just become actually fans of the success of a company as opposed to the product. Like do you watch it to see like this was a good match, this was a good promo, or like I'm only fixated on the numbers, like this show sucks because it didn't sell out, and this woman didn't bring the quarter numbers higher, and the quarter numbers went down from this point to this point. Like that has nothing to do with if you're a fan of something or not, if you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's like bred a very strange fan base where they're just fixated on numbers as opposed
That
to
just goes
if
back
you like it or
to
not.
what I said earlier. I just do not understand this current generation because they seem to just want to like a company because it's successful. They don't want to root for the underdogs anymore. They don't want to watch a video if it's under 780p or whatever, 720p or
Right.
1080i or 1080p, or they want 4K only. And it's like, back when we were watching ECW, their footage was pretty subpar. I mean, compared to like the other people, but we still rooted for them and we got into that program. But it's just so strange today. I don't understand it.
Mhm.
I really don't. Nobody wants to root for the underdog.
Yeah, well, that's a weirder thing too. It seems that there are a lot of people who are very pro corporation and anti workers' rights for a lot of things, but I've always had the fight the system. And it's weird that I always think that all younger people would. I'm not a younger person anymore, but
Mhm.
it is different. My wife, who is not a wrestling fan, really ECW had that. They were the underdog, and that was a big part
Yeah.
of why people wanted to get behind. My wife, who's not a wrestling fan, really enjoys AEW far more than WWE. She is in it for the athletic spectacle. She loves the Bucks and Death Triangle because their matches are full of flashy moves. Yeah, I agree. I mean, to be perfectly honest, because I know people when all stuff with Vince happened, they're like, and they were saying, "Well, you've got to love Vince because he's the reason you're a wrestling fan and stuff." And then I started to think like, that's not true. Honestly, it's never been true. When I was a kid, I much preferred the NWA. There was people I
Mhm.
liked in the WWE, the WWF. I love Roddy Piper, and then
Yeah.
like some stuff later on, Bret Hart and stuff. But I never liked the promotion more than the NWA or WCW or ECW. I
Yeah.
mean, the only time I guess was my favorite was by default, like when that was the only thing around, and that's what I ended up stopped watching wrestling altogether.
Well, I would say you probably like WWF more when Austin and Rock was
I still prefer
in their heyday.
WCW.
Yeah, but WCW was really like taking a fall around that time.
Yeah, but
I mean,
I remember I know I recorded Raw and I watched WCW live.
yeah.
I always was rooting for WCW to come back. Now, I'm not saying I didn't like. That was the time when I actually loved all the stuff that was going on. I watched. I didn't love all that stuff though either during that. I didn't like the
Yeah,
stuff, but
there was like
there's a
some
lot of
bad
bad
stuff.
stuff. I love
You
Austin
A lot of
and Mick
the
Foley.
shows you would watch and be like, "Well, I'm waiting for Austin to come out, or I'm waiting for The Rock to come out," or there was a
Yeah,
lot of subpar material on those shows.
yeah, and on WCW, I still would get because I'm always enjoyed matches. I'm not one of these guys who hates matches for some reason. So I got the Super Junior guys, Jericho before he left, and Malenko, and the Lucha guy. That was stuff like it was really revolutionary for the time. Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio. So and in the 80s, like I always rooted against Hulk Hogan and I hated the Ultimate Warrior. And I
Mhm.
really did not enjoy just seeing big guys who couldn't do anything, just like hitting, like watching some of those house shows were so boring.
Now, I did not cheer. I
Like the
like Hulk
Warlord
Hogan.
versus like Jim Neidhart or something. That's like super boring.
Mhm. I liked Hulk Hogan. I was a Hulk Hogan fan, but when Warrior came around, I didn't like Warrior because he was trying to replace Hulk Hogan, and I knew it even at that age.
Yeah.
And I was not accepting of the Ultimate Warrior. And he was kind of lame. I mean, he just came out and shook the ropes, and it was just like,
Walkie, how do I send a chat that shows up? Just if I see it, I'll throw it up here, man. But my pal, I'm glad to see my bouncing baby boy Walkie here. We will be sending a
That's
link
good,
later
man.
on, Walk, if you would like to try to come in.
Most definitely. It'd be good to hear from Walker.
I agree with
Walker's
this.
views.
John Brown, I agree with her. We know it's fake. I went to see crazy athletic feats instead of dudes working headlocks. I agree, especially the smaller guys. I know people say the spot monkey, whatever. But if I see smaller guys wrestling, I want to see them do cool stuff. You know what I mean? And in in like boxing, in the heavyweights were the big draw until later on, because the smaller guys had more fun fights because they were throwing a bazillion punches.
Yeah.
So it's not just but anyway, it's all up to your personal opinion. It's not that I don't like all the big guys. I mean, I love Vader, but he did cool stuff. I like the one man gang, not necessarily like a guy who's going out there doing a ton of stuff, but he was entertaining. And so I like the mix of wrestling. Of course, I like I like some stupid stuff. I like some of the comedy. I love great promos. But there are a lot of people who act like the wrestling is completely, worthless. Like it's that not even just secondary, like it's not even important. Disco Inferno says he would used to fast forward over the matches, and I really can't understand why you'd watch wrestling if you like literally just fast forwarded over all the matches. Like you would just watch it just for the promos.
Yeah, I could see like some matches you're not interested in and kind of fast forwarding over those, but there's some people that you got to stop and watch. I mean,
boom! Walkie, hey guys, going to find gatekeepers in every fandom, even wrestling. I agree with that, but I do think the wrestling people are like very. I don't know how to put it, but there's like a plethora of really nasty wrestling fans who like want to make people hate all of it. It's a very strange thing. To me, I think it's worse than anything I've seen. But it's good to see you, Walkie. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yes.
But Walkie, boom, Walkie's a good man. Plus, hit that like button, didn't you? Subscribe, share it out, and if you want to help support the show, you can send in a super chat like Mr. Walkie just did. You can Venmo Headyverse, or you can join the Headyverse here. It starts at only $3.
Oh yeah.
Coast. In fact, crime dropped on Monday nights in the ghetto area of San Fran, all because they were watching wrestling.
Because wrestling was on, everybody was happy. Jackie Jones, I want to bring up something to you.
What's that?
Did you see that Booker T has walked back his comments about having an altercation with CM Punk?
Yeah. But the thing is, he's like the super company man. So is he? Now it's possible there really wasn't anything, and the internet blew it out of proportion. But it's also possible there really was, and it's like he's the company guy, and we want things to stay like, things are cool. We don't want to make it look like anything's rocky here. So he's gonna say nothing really happened. So who knows?
If something didn't happen and he said that was really stupid.
Yeah,
because they've got this guy from AEW where he had a history of having fights with a couple people on the roster, and they don't want that being brought over into WWE. And if Booker T just made that up, how stupid is that? One, it ruins his credibility. And two, the company doesn't want that. WWE doesn't want that. The company that he's employed by. They don't want them thinking that there's, this guy's fighting people in the back. So that was incredibly stupid, Booker T, if you made that up. Really stupid. Almost on par with robbing the Wendy's. Almost on par with that.
The Wendy's, you say?
Yeah, 9 times. 9 times. He robbed the Wendy's.
Yeah. Do you think he did the spinneroonie after he robbed it? He robbed it.
They're like, who could that masked man have been? And he's doing the spinneroonie around the
Yeah,
salad
yeah.
bar.
Exactly.
Like,
So it's good to see
did he
Walkie
like
here. Makes me
name off
happy.
like how many times he robbed it? Like when he was on 5, he's like 5 times, 5 times. And then he left.
Doesn't that make you happy, Walkie? And I agree with this, Joe Brown. He said earlier, if The Undertaker can shoot lightning, let Penta do a Canadian Destroyers. I agree. I mean, Cornette booked, there was a wrestling Ninja Turtle. There was a wrestling Ancient Mummy who got like his arm cut off and sand poured out. That's totally fine. But, you can't have a guy who puts his hands in his pockets. That's where you draw the line. Or you can have you can have masked guys all over your wrestling in your show, but if a masked guy is commentating, then it's just unbelievable. Oh no, we can't do that.
I mean, people always knew wrestling was not on the up and up.
Uh-huh.
Just walk up to somebody and try to Irish whip them and see how far they go.
I would like to make a short wrestling film where you Irish whip someone down like a street and they just run, and then you just keep like going and they basically run across the country because there's no ropes to hit, so they just have to keep running down.
You would have to find the right road.
Yeah, they're like Forrest Gump.
What's like the straightest road in America that just like goes all the way across? Like just like you Irish whip them down Route 66, and
right? And then what if there's a rope at the end?
Everything.
Then they just have to bounce back. Then
they come all the way back across America. What if they're like just dead? Like they just die from starvation. By the time they get back,
they got like the ZZ Top beard and
stuff. And they just like die,
like
but
80
they can't.
Pounds.
Their body can't physically stop running though. It
right,
just keeps
exactly.
Running, and they're like dead.
Man, that was something. Then after all that, they botched the clothesline or something.
Yeah.
Can you dig it, sucker? Boom. I didn't see any wrestling this weekend because I was at Boston Underground Film Festival.
Well, you're in luck. I believe they didn't have a Collision show because of the
they had Rampage,
the March
right
Madness.
Oh, okay.
But and they had Rampage right after AEW. So you're pretty much up to date with everything that's happened AEW wise.
Oh, okay.
I caught up on my Ring of Honor wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
I loved the match where Dalton Castle took on Johnny TV, and the stipulation was if he lost Dalton Castle, he would lose the boys, Jack.
Damn, I'm a big fan of the boys.
Johnny TV.
I wish Ring of Honor did have a TV show. I'm a big fan of Johnny TV. I'm a big fan of Dalton Castle. So there's stuff I'd like to see there.
Dalton Castle has lost possession of the boys to Johnny TV. And they were Taya and Johnny TV was dragging them off the stage, just pulling them to the back while the boys were clutching, trying to get back to Dalton.
Damn.
Yeah, and apparently Johnny TV took them out on a like a mountain expedition or something, and he said a bear attacked the boys. See, I warned you of this in the past on the show.
You did.
About these crazy bears. Mm-hmm. And you didn't heed my advice, but now the boys have been lost to a bear somewhere in I think it was Colorado or something like that.
So since Walkie, I got these a couple weeks ago. I got new stickers in, and so since Walkie sent $5 in, Walkie, we're going to give you a sticker. What do you think? You think that's a good idea?
Give him a sticker.
All right, and if anyone else tonight, if you super chat $5 or more, you're going to get a sticker. Front, middle, or back for Walkie sticker.
Pick which sheet he wants, basically. Like what sheet you want to pick.
Well, no, I'm gonna pick it from the front or the middle or the back. They're all individually. Yeah. Here's the one right on the. Whoa, he's gonna be excited, I think.
Oh, Hulk Hogan! Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, brother! Boom! Look
Brother.
at that, Walkie. Damn.
That works for me, brother.
Walkie's getting the hell yeah, brother. So
Mhm.
Walkie, message me your address. I'll send that out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna message
Good
myself
stuff.
so I know which one Walkie has in case we get some others.
Mhm.
Walkie gets the Hulkster. All right, we got a bunch more here. So if anyone else would like help out the show, let us know.
Well, you mentioned Big Man earlier, and I want to know: were you a Terry Gordy fan?
Yes, yeah. I was a big fan of the. I like the big guys who could do stuff. Vader, big fan of. Well, see, I also like. The thing is, I like when you have a lot of variety in wrestling. So if you have all big guys, none of the guys are really big, and they're very boring together for the most part. There's always exceptions, but when you have a couple giant guys, and you have some big guys, and then you have some small guys. Wrestling is much more fun. But Vader, Bam Bam Bigelow, even Bundy. Really, I like Bundy. But Terry Gordy, as far as a worker goes, was fantastic, and big
Mhm.
fan of the Freebirds. Michael Hayes really had all the personality in the world. Not necessarily a very good wrestler, but he had
Yeah.
the personality. Gordy's one of the best. And then you had, just the crazy guy of Buddy Roberts. But then the Gordy and Dr. Death team, fantastic. Now, I wish I didn't get to see a lot of them because
Yeah.
I really didn't see Japan. But I remember when they came to the States for a little while in WCW and they won that tag tournament. They were just fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. I watched the Dark Side of the Ring on Terry Gordy, and it was a very good watch because I really wasn't familiar with everything that Terry Gordy did. So,
Mm-hmm.
and when he passed away, he was only 40 years old.
Damn,
Like,
that's 8
man,
years
that's
younger than me.
yeah.
That is weird to think because I see stuff I think Kurt Hennig was younger than me now. And in my mind, when Kurt Hennig died, like he was not like an old man, but an older guy. But
Yeah.
he's younger than me. He had like hopefully would have had a long time.
Mhm.
Crazy to think about.
Yeah, it really is.
And he went down.
So,
I know the story, but I haven't watched the episodes, and there's probably a lot of stuff there I don't know. But I just know the basic, where he like died on the plane, was from like a drug overdose, and they brought him back, but he was never the same again.
yeah, he had I guess it was like lack of oxygen to the brain or something, or something happened to him, and they said like a lot of his they had to reteach him how to wrestle and everything, and his son said like he was in the ring with him teaching him how to wrestle again. He was like, here was my teacher,
Yeah.
Originally to teach me how to wrestle, and now I'm teaching him how to wrestle. And so it would be a very strange thing for his son to have to do, but it was a very good episode, another great Dark Side of the Ring episode.
Yeah, I got to catch up on him. I say this every week, but
Mhm.
I was away this weekend.
Yeah, I watched the Scott Hall AEW A&E, excuse me, A&E documentary that they had on, and it was a pretty interesting watch. A lot of the same stuff that was on the ESPN. There
About
was a
him killing
few
a guy when he was younger and
Mhm.
stuff. Yeah.
how that really tortured him all his life, and yeah, it was good. I like those A&E documentaries. They do a
Yeah.
really good job on them.
My mom watched that one. She's a big Scott Hall fan.
Mhm. You got some family members in there, like Cody was on it, Cody Hall, and his brother. I didn't even know Scott Hall had brothers.
No, I didn't know that either.
Yeah,
Does Cody still wrestle? Because like he was
Not
doing
sure.
pretty good for himself, and he's a really big guy.
Yeah, they didn't mention it on the episode, but
And now that there's more places to go, like NXT, WWE, and AEW, and having the connection and stuff, I think he would at least get a chance, to get in the door.
oh, for sure. I know he was doing some stuff for New Japan, wasn't he? And
Yeah, and that's a good place to really, become a seasoned, wrestler. I'm really
Mhm.
surprised because he's still not an older guy. Is that the Bulldog son's never gotten another shot somewhere?
Yeah, you would think they would. I mean, AEW pick him up or somebody.
And, I've seen him on shows when I saw him and Pillman. Like they really stuck out because it was an indie show, and some of the guys were fun and stuff, but they both really stuck out. Like, oh, these are had really big personalities. You know what I mean? And you don't think it maybe as a giant personality, but you do when you see him. With a lot of the indie guys.
I think that would be huge for him for the All In show, the one in
Yeah,
Wembley.
yeah.
They
that would
brought
be a
out
good
David
story,
Hart
too.
Smith. I mean, that would be a big reaction, I think.
Yeah, and there's a good story there. He could even put him in the Owen Hart tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were in the Hart Foundation. I don't know. There's a good story there, and he's a good wrestler. Seems like a good guy.
Yeah,
I would like to see him get another shot.
most definitely. I kind of like what they've been doing with Zach Saray's brother. I think it's pretty neat seeing him getting a shot in AEW, a shot that WWE would never give to him.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is one guy that AEW definitely to me missed the boat on was Pillman Jr. I never knew why they never did more with him, especially after he had a lot of buzz from the Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah, they really missed the boat on that. And I haven't seen any of this Alexa stuff that he's doing.
Yeah, he's got a very strange haircut and stuff with the.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't watch NXT, but
yeah, I just don't. I don't understand when they changed their name, but still also tell you that they're the actual relatives. Like, what is the point?
it'd be
Kurt
like
Henning's kid. Remember, they were they're telling you he's Kurt Henning's son and the grandson of Larry the Axe Henning, but now he's
Curtis Axel,
and then McGillicuddy or something. Like, why?
Yeah, doesn't make any sense. That's definitely a WWE thing. I mean, fans want to know that that's. I mean, they want to know that that's the son, and they want to see him do as good as his father, or at least be on.
But then they still tell you they are, but then they change their name. It's very weird.
Yeah, so it's you can't tell a wrestling fan that. I mean,
because imagine doing the Cody Rhodes completing the story thing if he's out there and he was like Cody Stanley or something.
John Brown here in the chat room, he has an update. He says, I think Cody Hall's career ended due to injury.
Oh, that's too bad. I know Steamboat's son, had a career-ending injury, and he tried to come back from it, but I don't think he ever did.
Yeah, that was a guy that I always wanted to see come back, but
yeah,
that's unfortunate if something happened to him.
Yeah, I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Richie Steamboat.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing an interview soon, but I don't know if it's gonna be live or not. It's kind of odd, but Mickey Grant, who was on the show a few years ago, a while ago, I guess, who worked for World Class Championship Wrestling. If people don't know, he's been very sick, and it does look like he's coming towards the end of his.
Oh no!
I mean, he's very open about this, but he wants to do an interview on the show and talk about stuff he's never talked about before, and about. I don't know how else to say this, but how inaccurate the Iron Claw movie is.
Yeah. I would say there was some high inaccuracies just based on what I know of the story. And I'm sure this guy knows a lot more because he was actually there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it took away from the movie to me. And even just stuff like, they took out the one son and kind of made the, instead of the 5 sons, whatever, and they made the 2 youngest sons like one character. They just wrote the other guy out of existence. And I heard the director say it's because their stories were redundant. And it's like, well, these are real human beings. It's not like it's not just a character someone wrote.
Their story's redundant. I mean, that's kind of it's kind of what the story is, that there's a curse and that all of his brothers, killed themselves.
So if this was a made-up story, you could say, well, there's too many brothers. But it really happened. So all that does is add to just how sad the family was, how tragic the story is.
And I love the guy that was picked to play Carrie, but he shouldn't have played Carrie.
No, he's a great actor,
yes,
and I
that's
think
how I feel.
he actually captured the mannerisms, but it's so it just takes you out of the movie when you see him, and he's like 5'6", maybe, and like probably like 150 pounds or something. I mean, he's a very, very little man.
Yeah.
And Carrie's the biggest brother, so and then you have Kevin, who's the real Kevin is not a giant, and he's fucking jacked beyond belief. He looks more like Carrie.
Yeah.
And then it also affects the story because it's like, well, why does Carrie get the big shot in WWF when he's so much smaller, and Kevin's kind of like the guy who never gets the shot when he's like jacked beyond belief?
Yeah. That was very poor casting. And Harley Race and Ric Flair, that should have just been cut. You can't tell me that freaking MJF did worse than those guys.
No,
There's no way.
And then you don't even understand if you didn't go into the movie knowing MJF is playing Lance Von Erich, that scene is just a nothing scene. It says he happens to be tagging with some guy and looking kind of, like he doesn't want to be there. But you wouldn't know that's Lance Von Erich. You wouldn't know that that's a fake Von Erich. You would know nothing about this.
It would be nice if they had added that footage back in like an extended edition or something.
I do think the movie is so much stuff to put in there, because there's even they hint a little bit about how revolutionary World Class Championship Wrestling is, like with the music and the camera angles. And then Fritz is like, no one cares about that, but it is actually something that World Class, did before everyone else. So then everyone copied that. There's just so much stuff there. They don't even go into basically anyone else's story. All the other guys you see real briefly, like the Von Erichs and
Freebirds
and Brody and all, and there's nothing about Chris Adams and all these people, because the whole Von Erich thing, it's not even just the Von Erichs. The whole place was tragic because it was all these young people become superstars at a young age. They get all the women and partying and all stuff, and so many of them ended tragically because of that. I think it would have worked better as like a series, like an HBO limited series, like a 12-episode series or something like that, because you could have really dove into all those stories.
Yeah. I don't want to hate on the movie.
Efron, but I didn't think he was particularly good. He doesn't embody Kevin at all, not even outside of the look. Kevin has a very particular way he talks. He's like, this is Kevin Von Erich, but he didn't talk anything like him. He didn't feel like him at all.
No, he seemed more like he should have been Carrie.
Yeah. And I will say the guy who played Carrie, like, just the way he carried himself was good, but he's just so much smaller. You couldn't really.
It just didn't work.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when Carrie Von Erich, the Texas Tornado. He's this huge guy, and then this dude is just not even close. I mean, he got himself in great shape. I won't disparage him for that, but man, the dude who played Fritz was amazing. I agree with that, Jobs.
He's a great actor. He's in what's it? What's them? It's a show on Netflix. It only lasted 2 seasons. It's a true story, kind of like about when they started. They're like studying serial killers. It's awesome. But and then he's in Creepshow too. But he's in all kinds of stuff. That guy rules.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
But he's really good.
Yeah, he did a great job as Fritz. Lexar says, I thought that WWE produced a good world-class documentary many years ago. Yes,
I think both those documentaries that came out that year are better than Iron Claw. There was an independent documentary and the WWE one. Both were great.
I know that one. I'm trying to think of the name of it.
And the Kevin Von Erich, what he actually says is a lot stronger in the documentary than the recreated scene in the movie.
Heroes of World Class, I believe.
Yeah. Manhunter. There you go. Yeah, Manhunter. Great. show, and he's so good in that. It's too bad it didn't get picked up for a third season, but I guess it's very expensive. But yeah, it was and also the guy who played David I thought was really good, and the guy who played the youngest brother I thought was really good.
Yeah, but yeah, to exclude like family members and
Yeah,
and to portray Ric
I
Flair
can't
so
remember
poorly.
if they kept Chris and didn't use Mike or vice versa.
They didn't have Chris, and they had Mike.
I really like the guy who played David too. He's good. I don't know a lot about David because when I started watching, David was already passed away.
Mm-hmm. I thought the guy who played David was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought he was good.
Yeah. It is a faux documentary like the Elvis and Queen movie. Makes me grossed out.
Well, they're
all
not.
about
It's
the
not. It
details.
isn't a documentary. It is, a narrative film. But
Yeah. But
I like the Queen movie gets a lot of hate. I liked it.
I
was
liked
also
it
up
for
for
what it
Academy
was
Award.
worth. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of it was just like Queen performances, but I think it was pretty good still.
I didn't like the Elton John one because it was weird. It was like parts of
Rocket
it was
Man.
fantasy and stuff.
Yeah, it was very.
I like the Elvis
fictional.
one. I know some people don't like Tom Hanks' performance. I actually like it. It's like almost like a comic book villain. He's kind of like Paul Heyman or something.
Yeah, just the Colonel Tom portrayal I thought was very interesting.
Yeah,
it was weird and
he was like a really shady guy, so why not?
extremely. I mean, that stuff was true about him, like making Elvis like he was like trying to charge him for his services whenever he was trying to fire him and stuff. And then Elvis caved.
And I think trying to capture Elvis on stage and really present it as like this charismatic guy is hard because anyone who does that stuff, it comes off corny today. But when at the time, like people went insane, and I thought they actually did a really good job with that. I think it's really hard to pull off and not come off like more of a parody. You know what I mean? But now we're getting way off wrestling. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You want to take some zooms in or?
Well, let's see. Was there anything on? Well, we talked about all AEW.
Yeah, because we did it
all...
We did it late last week. So.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was I actually think AEW's on a really good run at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
The shows have been really good for I think pretty much all year. Now, obviously, there's stuff. Honestly, there's never been a promotion I ever watched where I liked everything. So whenever I say anything, some people will either say, "Yeah, AEW totally sucks," or "You're a WWE fanboy." But there's some stuff that like they announced another women's belt for Ring of Honor, a women's TV belt. That's just
they're having a championship for it.
Yeah,
they're having a tournament for it. You love the tournament.
That's just I
it's down to
they go nuts like with them. Especially when they already have a tournament ongoing right now.
I do like the final people who are in it, and it's Billy Starks and Queen Aminata. I think she's a good newcomer, and I'm looking forward to seeing. I think we need all the belts we can get. More.
And then to split up Eddie's belts, his one trios into 3, and then have all these convoluted rules about whoever wins it then has to win the tournament, and then it's like shut the fuck up, just keep it the trios belt or
Now I've been down on Kingston, but the man does cut some great promos, and he did cut a great promo. He cut a great promo for the up and coming match on Ring of Honor, where he's going to challenge Mark Briscoe for the ROH championship, and that's going to be on like the show that's right before WrestleMania. It's going to be on the Friday, and that's going to be free on Honor Club as well. If you're an Honor Club member, you will get that show as well. I like that. I like that they're giving the shows the pay-per-view shows out. I think that's pretty awesome. The Briscoes.
Them boys.
So Mark Briscoe is going to get a title shot for the ROH And I thought Eddie cut a really good promo for it too. I mean, he does cut great promos.
Yeah.
So I was down on him last week, but
Look
I don't
what
hate the
Walkie
man.
got.
I just think he needs to be
Promising.
reeled in a lot.
This is what Walkie got for helping out the show. So if you want to super chat $5 or more, you can get yourself a random. I'll pick it out of this bag of stickers. I don't even know who else is in here. All kinds of maybe current guys, maybe classic guys. I'm not even really sure. Or you can Venmo Headyverse. So the main thing is you're helping out the show, and this is a little thank you for doing so.
Now we got some. I want to ask you about this. There's some stuff out there about Jack Perry being upset with AEW, saying he did not apologize to Tony Khan after the whole CM Punk.
I have a theory on this.
Okay,
my theory is they're all together. It's all work, which I'm fine with, and it's kind of like how sometimes they would send guys to ECW to bring them back, like edgier or whatever, like Al Snow.
Well, he's in New Japan right now,
Japan.
And he had the whole angle where he ripped up his contract.
Yeah,
and he's saying he's not with AEW just to fill people in.
Yeah, so I think Jack Perry's in New Japan to get more seasoned as a wrestler and more importantly as a character, and then come back and you have a built-in storyline and angle for him. With Tony Khan or who. I think that's my personal opinion. What's happening.
And I do think it's smart for AEW to leave him off for now because that story was red hot, and to bring him back,
without Punk there is like, if Punk was there and you could do something right away, but you can't. So I think this is a good way to do it.
So you're of the opinion that him saying he never apologized to Tony is just all a big work.
Yeah.
And okay, which is going to eventually lead into his return, and he'll be upset with Tony and everything else.
Someone says here to wrestle Tony Khan. No, but I mean that's what they did with MJF. Was MJF did the big promo on Tony Khan and.
Now, did you see that thing about MJF's merchandise and stuff being removed?
Yeah, they did that last time he was off too. I can't never be certain, but I'm pretty certain that he's just coming back, and they're taking that stuff off now to make it look like there's some
like he might show up at WrestleMania. I mean,
yeah, I don't really know if it helps the AEW to do that. I've always been against doing that stuff with MJF. I said that for years. I think it was if you have the guy he used to be the hottest guy in the company. I'd say he's still on the top, like 3 to 5 guys. It's him and like Swerve. Like for your future of the company, it's like him, Swerve, and Ospreay.
Indirectly, that helps out WrestleMania.
Yeah,
that's going to make fans want to tune in just to see if he does show up.
You don't want the guy that the crowd loves and thinks of as like your top guy to make it seem like the other company is the cool place to be.
So it's really dumb if they removed his merchandise and he's not away from AEW.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I'm sure I think the idea is now people will be more surprised when he does pop up. But when you're doing it right before the WrestleMania, it does be like, oh, maybe we're going to see him.
So people say that we always, stand up for AEW, but we will say that's a dumb maneuver.
That was like last week when they did the Sasha Banks video, which I really liked. But then they don't do it for Okada and stuff. And I don't know why they just don't do that for all the new people.
I got the update on Sasha Banks's new shirt, and that's a horrible looking shirt. It's I did not like it at all. It was like more money, money, or no money, no Monet. No problem or something. I thought that was a terrible shirt. But there's a new person over the merchandising, and I can't say I'm exactly a fan so far yet. But
I had mentioned this last week, and then I heard Meltzer kind of say the same thing. I said last week where the Monet promos, I think in the ring they're pretty good. The first one was great, I thought. The second one was good. But they have a completely scripted feel. The backstage stuff even more so. And I'm not necessarily against script and whatever, but the problem is, and I said this last week, it gives it a very WWE feel, and you don't want your alternative show to feel like WWE. And then when Ospreay comes out, it's just pure emotion and it's real. And to me, that's a better wrestling promo. Overproduced wrestling is not entertaining to me.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
like
Jack-
the Cody stuff. It's very produced and Corey. It's just not. It's just very,
I find Cody hard to believe anything he says anymore. Honestly, when a person builds a company and leaves it, I find them to be. It's hard to know what's going through that person's head.
yeah. He's not a guy. I don't mind Jade. Like she thinks she's doing better for herself. That's fine. I actually even think she's probably better fit for WWE.
Yeah.
But and even if like Jericho would go back to retire there, or Daniel Bryan or something, like I'd be sad for him to go, but like I'm not like, oh, those assholes or something. But when you left the WWE, rebuilt your whole existence, like really like trashing WWE, not even before AEW, New Japan and the Ring of Honor, and then you start a whole new company, and then you at like basically your first chance, you kind of use that to get back to WWE. And then you do like a 180 saying like you love everybody and Triple H is your favorite after you did all stuff. Like it's just either you're lying now or then or both. And it's just really hard to take it.
Now, I wanted to, you brought up Jade Cargill, and I wanted to make you aware that she is going to be on SmackDown.
Yeah, I saw that on the Facebook.
At the Mohican Sun that you go to a lot.
Oh, really?
Is it making you want to go to that SmackDown that Jade Cargill is going to be there?
Not really. I mean, live wrestling is always fun, but it's far away, and I'd rather go to AEW's coming to Worcester next month.
Okay,
that's where I got this shirt. I almost wore this the last AEW show I went to, but I was like, oh, I'll wear it around town and stuff, but I didn't want to wear it to AEW show because right in the center here is Punk, and then Jade Cargill. Sting's fine to have on the shirt. It's still a cool shirt. I'm not going to not wear it, but I didn't want to wear it to the AEW show last time.
Here's a little theory.
On the back it says I was there. It's cool. But...
Did they use real glass for Darby Allin to go through just to take a dig at Punk?
No, I don't think so. But they did. Yeah, it
was definitely real glass.
Yeah. I mean, he shattered his really ripped himself apart. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Now, what do you think about how they had an angle to take Darby Allin off of television because he was going to go climb Mount Everest?
And he gets really hurt.
And he really gets hurt.
Yeah, just very unfortunate. But it's probably he knows it's his last match, so he's going to go out there and go all out. Well, he goes all out every match, so I can't even say that. But
yeah,
just a really
really
unfortunate accident. Maybe it'll end up saving his life, though. Maybe he would have not been. A lot of people die every year. There's been hundreds of people have died climbing Mount Everest, and from what I understand, mostly it's something you do when you're an expert climber, not just starting out climbing. Like I'm going to go climb the tallest mountain.
And when
I
you
didn't
die,
know, like, it took months.
Yeah.
That sounds like a terrible thing to do.
JBL tried to do it and he failed.
Who did?
JBL.
Oh, really?
He tried to climb Mount Everest and he didn't. Yeah. I was paying attention to whenever those reports were coming out to see if he actually did do it, but he didn't. I'm not sure what the situation was, if he couldn't physically do it or if it's just the Sherpas. If they say you're turning back, you're turning back. You can't like go against what they say. Because they know the conditions and they know like what to watch out for. And if you die on Mount Everest, depending where you're at, they can't take you back. I mean, your body's just going to be there. Yeah. You can look up frozen people on the side of Mount Everest, and there's a bunch of photos out there. So I didn't want Darby Allin to join Blue Shoes. I didn't want him to be with that guy, like them be the new tag team of Mount Everest.
Yeah,
but
I didn't know it took months. Doesn't that sound awful? Being out there months trying to. Do they
Going up
have
the
like
mountain.
places do you actually are you out the whole time like in the tent, or do you kind of like do they have like little like towns kind of where you can go and stay while you're because when I actually looked into doing the Appalachian Trail, and it also takes months, but it has like some like towns where you can stop and like stay at. Like,
As far as I understand, the only thing you have is what you bring, like what gear you have, and so you can set up your tent for the night, I guess. But
yeah,
and I guess once you get to a certain elevation, you really got to watch the oxygen levels, because like that's really what kills people is the oxygen levels once you
you
get that
think you
high.
could do it?
Me, I wouldn't want to. No, I don't. I don't think I could. No,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be fit enough to do it, especially the oxygen part. Because, like, I've had a couple of cases of pneumonia, and God knows what the freaking the COVID's doing to me. So, I wouldn't want to attempt it.
Yeah,
I've never
climbed it.
I've never climbed anything. So, a
You
jungle
climbed a
gym,
tree.
maybe.
I have video of you climbing a tree.
That's true. I did climb the tree a little, but I even failed on the tree. I only got up one branch, and then
That's true, and it didn't
I
take
said,
months.
yeah, I didn't get to the top of the tree or nothing. So
Yeah, I've kind of hiked, but I've never actually went up a mountain. So I've actually been in Hunter Mountain.
mhm.
That's where I got bit by a spider
Oh,
in Hunter Mountain.
kind of spider was it?
I don't know. It was in our hotel room. It bit me, and then I hallucinated, and
Like Dusty from G.I. Joe?
and it like ate through a hole in my skin.
Oh, that might have been a brown recluse.
Yeah,
I don't know if they
So-
go up that far though. Brown recluses are normally like a southern kind of thing.
this was in New
But
York.
that sounds like a brown recluse bite.
Want to see a picture? It's pretty gross.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. I
Are
want to
you
see
gonna
this.
puke?
Well, we'll find out live on air if I puke or not. Here we go. Oh yeah, that looks like something a brown recluse would do.
Yeah, that's the bottom of my arm. Ate all the skin off, and then left. It was pretty nasty.
And
When
where
it
was
happened, I hallucinated in Hunter Mountain in New York, near Woodstock.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think New York has brown recluses, so I'm not sure what that would be. That looks pretty nasty, though.
Yeah, so I went
What'd
to
you-
the ER, and they took a sample, and they're like, "We'll call you if anything, if it's like bad, or if they find anything." But then they don't say they'll call you if they don't find anything, and so then you're like thinking like, was there something, and they lost my number, or like what the hell's happening? But I never was contacted, so I guess I was all right.
Did you have any hallucinations about me?
No,
Wow,
this
you
is a true story. I hallucinated that there was a triangle village on my forehead,
Oh.
and that there was these villagers, and the village was on fire, and everyone was trying to escape this fire in a triangle village on my forehead. And I remember telling this to Annabelle because I was hallucinating in the hotel room, and she was just like laughing.
Huh. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be hallucinating about that. But
I was really freaking out because, so not to get real weird here, but so there was a little while I was doing Special K, ketamine, and you also hallucinate on that. And but so I have a theory on good and bad trips. A good trip is you're hallucinating, you're tripping. You just kind of sit back and enjoy it. We kind of run with it. The bad trip is the Triangle Village. I didn't realize I was hallucinating at the time. I thought it was actually happening, and I was fucking freaking out.
Not bad.
But I am totally straight edge now. Actually, 2 days from now is the 5-year anniversary when I quit drinking.
Excellent.
And then last year I did cannabis for the last time.
The last time ever.
And both of them, in a weird way, contributed to Jason Mitten, because I had my worst experience drinking with Jason Mitten. I drank. He brought me all these nips, and I drank like 30 nips on an empty stomach. And then we went out drinking in Texas, and I don't remember how I got back to the room, but I was walking through mud and supposedly got stuck, and I broke a glass in a bar and all these things. And I was like, man, I don't know. It wasn't cool to wake up and not know how I got there. And then the last time I did edibles was Jason brought me an edible when we went to Atlanta, and I was fucked up. And then I found out it was, I think it was 1,450 or 1,500 milligram edible, which is like insane.
Do you think that your trust in Jason Mitten is unfounded?
That's a good. That's the that instead of quitting all this stuff, it's just don't trust Mitten.
You have to ban him from the drugs.
And I only had he said, "Oh, this woman said only to eat a quarter." I ate a half of it. If I would have ate the whole thing, I probably would have ended up in hospital. I ate it before we went out to eat, and we were eating. I started to get more just kind of high, but then afterwards, I was like, man, I really couldn't talk, and then we went back to the hotel, and I just couldn't do shit. And so they went and bought me Gatorade and stuff. Annabelle says now that she almost brought me to the ER. I ended up being all right.
Mention the devil.
It wasn't fun though. It was not a fun high.
Mention the devil and he appears.
Yeah.
I will not sign up for a name. You loved it, boy.
No, I did not. He knows he's lying. It was a bad time. So now I'm just totally straight edge, besides caffeine, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I sang karaoke for the first time and enjoyed it sober. I've mentioned this many, many times. Sober karaoke is terrible. And so I was at karaoke Saturday, me and Annabelle. Annabelle was, she had a lot to drink, which is fine. So she was enjoying herself. She sang 3 times. She sang, after she had a few, she sang Can't Touch Us by MC Hammer, which I have on my phone, but I don't think she'll want me to play it anytime, but I have it there.
You probably shouldn't confirm that you have such things.
It was fun. And so I was talked into by her and some other friends there, Jim McDonough, Everum, to do my go-to Monster Mash. And I was like, it's not fun sober, blah, blah. But then I'm like, what the fuck? Everyone's having a good time. And I sang it, and I had a fun time. She recorded that, but you cannot hear it at all. So
the audio.
Or else I would play it.
Can you AI enhance it?
No, I don't know what's wrong. The audio
AI to the rescue.
Really whacked on it.
Yeah. Shame.
But it was fun. I think they recorded some of it, so I don't know if it's going to be on their Instagram or not. But it was a really good time. A really good time in Boston Underground Film Festival. It's a wrestling show. We'll talk more about it Thursday on Without Your Head, but it's just a good time. If you're into movies, into weird independent films, they show short films, they show feature films. They had some big feature films that opened with Immaculate, which is playing theaters now, and it closed with Boy vs. World with the guy who played Pennywise.
Skarsgård.
Yeah, Bill Skarsgård. Well, that was wild. And then a bunch of weird horror movies, not just horror movies, but underground films from around. There was a Malaysian horror movie, Tiger Stripe. There was an African horror film, Omen. Just a lot of really cool stuff. Good time and a good community feel. It's a lot of people I see every year there. Some filmmakers come in from all over the world to show their stuff. Everyone watches all the movies on one screen. I've been to other film festivals, multiple screens, and that's cool, but there's something special about everyone there for 5 days watching all the movies together on one screen. You know what I'm saying? And then there's some after parties, and it's just a really good experience. And anyone out there, check that out. And if you're not in the Boston area, look into it, because you may have a local film festival to you. If you're into
Most
that sort of
definitely.
thing, it's a good time. I like it. My film is end. Oh, just when we. I don't think I could say where, but just our film have ended their film run. We're coming out on the Blu-ray, which Incher has purchased. He's a good man.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
we are actually playing one more film festival later this year. I cannot say where yet, but it's very exciting. So you have one more shot to see it on the big screen. Maybe not in the United States.
Oh.
All right, Inchman. Anything else in the wrestling world? Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game. So much fun.
Oh.
Brought it to Boston. And you play, there's two different ones. There's one by Funko, and then there's one by Trick or Treat Studios. The Trick or Treat Studios one's a little more expensive because it's more of an independent production. And what made me choose that one, though, is that's part of it, but also they actually have the real victims. The Funko ones, you just get like made up victims called victims. And for also some reason in the Funko one, they call the cook, they call him Old Man for some reason. I don't know why.
No, that's strange.
But the Trick or Treat Studios has the real family. It's got Leatherface, Grandpa, Hitchhiker, and Cook. And then you also play the real victims, Sally and Jerry,
Franklin.
Annabelle was Franklin, and even you can even play Big Ed, which is pretty cool. The
Big
truck
Ed.
driver.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And for some reason, the sheriff, which I think he must be the last guy anyone would pick. Like he's like almost a non-existent character. I wouldn't even call him a character. I mean, he's in the movie, but
I've been pushing for them to put the window washer as one of the killers in the video game because he was down with them.
yeah.
But I tell the developers on their live streams, and I get complete silence.
They probably
The
don't even know
window
the
washer
movie.
needs to be in the. If they can only do the original film in the video game, put the window washer in there.
I think the board game is similar to the video game in a way, because although you can't play the family's coming after you, but you got to run around and you got to find the keys and the gasoline, and they come after you, and like you can break through the window, you can like jump through the window and you get cut.
Yeah, and
it honestly builds like some tension while you're playing it, because like as you go, like you're getting hurt. And then like Leatherface is running after you. And as the game goes on, like more of the family pop out. And I don't know, there's something about it. It was really Franklin did get killed. He got on the meat hook. And when you get stuck, so if you get 3 like attacks on you, 3 wounds, and then if Leatherface lands on, he puts you on the meat hook. And then you can choose to either just die and you take a death card and see how you actually die, or you can actually try to escape, which is almost impossible, but it is possible. And then we didn't read all the death cards because we thought we'd leave it like as a secret, while we're playing it. So his death card was a Leatherface ate his face. Franklin died, and then she became Sally. And so I found the key, and there's only one key, so it's hard to find. And she found both the gasolines, but you only need one. And then like trying to get back to the van, it was like kind of like you trying to run, Leatherface doesn't catch you. And if we hit one of the things, if we revealed one more of the family token, like Hitchhiker would have appeared on the road and would have stopped us from getting to the van. And it was really fun though. I liked it. And the bag, it comes with like a bag that you put all the tokens in, and it looks like human leather, which is fun. It's really good. It takes like an hour to play, so it's pretty long. And there's a 1-player version, which I've read, but you can play like 2 to 5 players. So I really recommend it. It's good.
Lexar has a request. He wants you to play it on air.
We actually did. We did do a live stream of it. It's on the Without Your Head YouTube if you want to check that out. We also played not this weekend, but another weekend, which I accidentally live streamed it in your head. And that was, we played Poop Shoot on a live stream. I was wondering why there were people in there asking me like wrestling questions. I was like, what are they? And then oh shit, I put this on In Your Head by accident. But it's a little hard when I'm out and about doing the live stream because I just kind of see YouTube and I clicked it and I didn't really look. I was clicking the wrong YouTube. Anyway, because I still use StreamYard. It don't matter. You can check that out. It's fun though. Poop Shoot is one of those joke games that a joke gift that Jason sent me, where you get little poops, that smiley faces, and you got to shoot them into a toilet. And I'll be honest, it was really fun.
Loves it.
Yeah. Oh man, Jonathan says, and when you die, for real, when you lose. But yeah, you'd like it because you're a Texas Chainsaw Massacre fan. And I donated to the same company's doing a House of 1,000 Corpses one. So I'll be getting that whenever it's coming out.
Oh, that should be a good one.
That one, you play the family. You play the Firefly family, and you got to track down and kill everybody.
Turn him into a fish boy.
Exactly. He's even in it. I was surprised. They've got all the people because, some of the victim people became, fairly big stars, but they're all in it. And you could, the basic game was you could play either Captain Spaulding, Mama Firefly, which I thought was cool. If they included her, it's Karen Black, Baby or Otis. And then as they hit the stretch goals, they added Tiny and Dr. Satan. And I don't know if he's the uncle or the grandfather, when they're in the house. And then just one of the other guys that's underground with like a big axe. So that's pretty cool. And you have to avoid the police. So you have to avoid Tom Tolles. That looks fun. It's really wild because when I was a kid, who would ever thought, oh, wow, someday there's going to be a House of 1,000. Well, that wasn't even around. But you wouldn't think when you're a kid there's going to be like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game or House of 1,000,
No.
And then all these pinball games keep coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's pinball's made a comeback. There's a lot of companies making them now, and the spooky pinball, they make a lot of the horror themed ones. So I haven't played the Texas Chainsaw one yet, but
I was reading that younger people, I think like under 30, that drinking is becoming like a less of a thing people do socially. And things like board games and pinball and stuff are really on the rise, which to me is good.
That's good.
People might say, oh, what a bunch of dorks, but it's a lot healthier.
It is a lot healthier.
Yeah. And I was surprised when we were at Buff, so many people we talked to, like one of the guys who ran it, he was like, him and his wife went back and they played some board game till like 3. And I was like, I told him, like, you were always high on my list, but now you're even higher. It's cool to see that a lot of people are into board games now. All right. Sorry if people didn't care about that, but I think it's interesting. No, I did have a few. Honestly, there were a few horror board games as a kid. I had the Barnabas Collins horror board game. I had a Jaws one where you had to pick stuff out of the mouth and the jaws, the shark would jump you.
Oh yeah. It was like a whole shark. Yeah. I played that too. Yeah.
I went to bite your finger. Was good. You had to put like your finger in Dracula's mouth, and it was like a marker. So if he bit you, it left 2 little bite marks.
Oh yeah, I seen a ad for that recently.
I want to bite your finger. It's a family. What? No, I want to bite your finger. It's a Dracula game. Was the old ad?
Awesome.
So there was some, but they weren't like they are today.
I remember I had Roger Rabbit, and I just kind of made up my own rules when we played with my brother. We didn't really follow everything, so probably would have been cooler to actually follow the game. But.
Yeah, another thing, too, intros like today, which because some of these games are a little complicated, and it's always easier to play something if someone knows how to play. You learn how to play with somebody. So many people put up tutorials on YouTube, so it's kind of fun. You can just turn that on, and they'll show you how to set up the game and how to play it quick. So it's a lot of times it's easier than reading through the rule book.
Yeah.
We sometimes go to this place in Boston. It's called Night Moves, but it's night with a K, like a night, like in
Like
chess.
LA Night.
Exactly. And you pay a cover charge. It's not very much. And you can just sit in there all day. It's also a cafe, so you can buy coffees and muffins and stuff and play board games. And the place is always packed. Sometimes there's a waiting list. And it's almost all people younger than us. It's all, people in their 20s and 30s. And they just have stacks and stacks of board games, new and old. And it's really fun. You just go in there, and it's a good way to try out some of these, because some of these board games are expensive. Some of them are like $50 or $100.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know everyone's here to listen to board game talk, but I do have a wrestling one that my brother bought me. A wrestling, I haven't played it yet. It's from England. It's a miniature game, kind of like Warhammer or something. And you get like little, they're not real wrestling, but they look like Macho Man and stuff. So it looks, I haven't read it. I haven't played it yet, though. Sounds fun.
Knockoff wrestlers.
Yeah. Don't tell Undertaker the boys are playing video games instead of taking somas and drinking Miller Lite. I know. Yeah, maybe the Hardys wouldn't have went down such a bad road.
Yeah. John Cena. There's a famous story about Ric Flair making him drink. He never had a drink before.
And look, I realize it makes shoot interviews a lot more boring. I get it. But if I'm being serious, it's much better for everyone. I mean, the guys everyone knows about 10 years ago or a little bit longer, all the guys we grew up with, a lot of them are passing away in their mid-40s. So
yeah. That's not good.
Almost bought the Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game yesterday. Saw it in the store, but I have no one to play it with. Yeah, that's I am fortunate to have a friend that is into board games. That is an issue, but it's so big it's hard for me to just take to Boston. But it is fun to take on trips. My favorite is the Thing board game.
I think I've seen that at
Gatlinburg. Sorry.
Yeah, I seen that at Target. I was like, oh, that's neat. Or no, maybe it was the Goonies I saw at Target. But
Target sells a lot of those, like, that used to be stuff that you'd only be able to get at hobby shops, but they sell a lot of those cool board games. There's one called Horrified, and you fight the Universal monsters. It is so fun. And each of the Universal monsters have their own powers, so the game changes depending on who you're fighting. And then it's really good. You got to try to save the victims.
I'll have to go there to see what they got, if they still have anything, because my Target's been sliding off the hill. It's been like the ground's like falling away, and half of the Target's like, well, not half, but like a quarter of it has like slid down the hill. So.
Yeah. Well, John, you're invited to play with us if you're ever at a festival with us or something.
Sounds
you
pretty
play
cool.
board games with us when you enter.
Sure.
Then they also make an American Cryptids Horrified. So instead of the Universal monsters, you're fighting like the Bigfoot and Mothman. And I don't forget the other ones, but I haven't played that one, but I was like, that seems pretty awesome too. All right. So anything else before we send the link out? I think Walkie's going to join us.
No, I don't have anything else.
Sorry if I bored anyone with the game talk, but it is something I enjoy.
Join in on the stream.
Yeah.
We'll talk whatever you want to talk about.
Trick or Treat Studios also makes a Halloween one from the original movie so you can play like Jamie Lee Curtis and all her friends and stuff.
Cool.
And a Chucky one. I like Chucky, but I'm not like a huge Chucky fan, so I probably don't really know a lot of the characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That would probably be pretty big with the new Chucky show and everything.
Yeah, I have to look into it because I don't know if there's really barely anyone in the first movie besides like the mom and the kid and her boyfriend. So, and it's called Chucky. It's not called Child's Play, so it might incorporate like the other movies. I'm not sure. You know what I mean?
Toronto Stevie. It's good to see you.
Stevie! Ha! Ha! big shout out to our sponsors, El Santos Word, Brian, Matthew Calatar, and Coast LPA. You guys can get in on that for only $10 to help out the show. I'm gonna start doing something in April, and that is collectible virtual trading cards for people who would like to donate to the show. You'll get your name in the credits, and you'll also get I'll do a different one each month. You'll get a virtual trading card. Walkie, look at it's the return of Walkie.
Whoa!
Walkie.
Holy smokes! Look at this familiar territory up here.
Yeah,
Does he have
like
to-
the Brady Bunch. There's a story of a man named Walkie.
got I got the jack up here. Get you over here. Yeah, it's Brady Bunch.
Yeah, good to see you, Walkie.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Walking.
Heady original Walkie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I put down here in your head original.
All right, I'm gonna take this stuff off so people can read everybody's stuff here.
Yeah.
Look at that. Sci-fi wrestling geek and in your head original.
Yes.
Most
Good
definitely.
to see you. And I know it's been a while, but condolences, for your Charles passing away.
Mhm.
Really
Yeah.
Oh yes, I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
All right. So what is on your mind, Walkie? I saw you were chanting AEW in the chat, so I assume you're an AEW fan, or what kind of wrestling you watching now?
Well, first off, excuse me, I'm dealing with a cold, so if I cough a lot, that's what's going on. But no, it's funny that when you guys were mentioning earlier involving the whole thing involving fandom, and I'm more of the side of being, and I was like this back when it was the old Monday Night War days, back with the WWF and WCW. I was more putting up over my wrestling fandom for everything. A lot of choices, a lot of wrestling, and all that. And
it's better for everyone if there's a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, exactly. That's to me, that's really the point. And
I think that's really what made WWE improve a lot. With the different the Cody Rhodes storyline stuff is because they have there's another promotion there. It also helps the wrestlers themselves. They actually have another place they can go. They can negotiate their contract.
Yeah, exactly. And it gives a lot of people
up if they go back and forth.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, and I say that to me because to bring up a comparison with all that, I look at this in science fiction communities, like with Star Wars and Star Trek. You have people, gatekeepers, that feel certain ways, and we get differences of opinion, and they class together or something like that. And it's sad in a way, because why don't you just go over and enjoy what you enjoy the most?
Yeah, I don't understand why people follow something so much that they don't like it all. If you don't like either company at all, and if you've never liked AEW, I don't know why you even follow it. You can just go and watch something else. There's lots of stuff I don't like that I just don't talk about or go on their social media and be like, you're an idiot for watching this or something. It's I watch something else that I would like. There's a bazillion things out there I could do.
Yeah, exactly. It's last year in May, when AEW was in Detroit, I was there. I actually made it on TV. Well, I'm like, wow. And of course, I was at SummerSlam when it was at Ford Field. I was actually at closest to the entrance I could be. So,
live wrestling is fun.
Oh yeah, live wrestling is totally fun. Even especially when you're in an 80,000 seat capacity arena like the Ford Field is.
Yeah.
But it's with wrestling these days, it's more a lot of fun when you look at it. With
I
Like
think
this.
I'm more of a fan now than I was like probably last 10 years or last few years. I've been more of a wrestling fan than I was like the previous 10 years.
Oh yeah.
I think
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Guys, I think with more of the varieties and choices that you have nowadays makes it a lot more interesting, you know.
Mhm.
Mhm.
For sure.
So anyway, I'm talking a lot. Go ahead, everybody, say something.
All right. Coast,
you,
what's
Wally.
on your mind? Coast, my buddy, my pal, my amigo, my compadre.
Oh, hola, amigo.
Look at this.
How you doing?
Look what Walkie won.
Can't tell.
I look forward to that one.
Pretty sweet.
Mm.
Anyone who donates tonight, $5 or more, you're gonna get not this Hogan one. This is Walkie's, but
That's
a
mine.
random sticker.
I want those basil, those rosemary fries you had, Jack.
Oh
Not the ones
man,
you
they
ate.
were. Coast was watching us in Boston, and sure, I had just sent
Yeah.
for actually Coast. I sent for a Rode shotgun mic to use on live streaming. It's gonna, in theory, it will really help the audio because it depends. That audio there actually is pretty good, but if we're in a crowded place, the audio is not so great, and there's not too much I could do at the moment. But with the shotgun mic, that should actually make it much better.
Ah.
You can get a compressor too. Get a compressor. And that'll
Yeah, I can't like carry just too much around with me while we're traveling around. But
yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, that guy was funny though, Jack. He just showed up. I was like, oh, he's gonna get his...
I don't think we ever got him on camera, but so we were at Boston Underground Film Fest. We didn't have much time between movies. And at one time it was right before we went home. We had the rosemary fries, which were awesome. But the one night we were at a gelato place and got coffee. And this guy just came right into our conversation. He's probably in his 60s or maybe 70s. And he started like trashing the Brattle Theater and talking about like projectionists that worked there in like 1982 or something.
Hell yeah.
And then he started talking about homeless people and
I thought sure he was going to start. Go ahead. I thought he was going to start talking about the ovens, man. I was like, he's going to start talking about ovens. I know it.
Yeah. So when he's like, oh, I don't know what it is about South Asians and gelato, and look around, and the place was filled with Indians, but at the same time, I'm like, oh man, I don't know where this conversation with this older guy's going.
Oh yeah, I was like, he's gonna get his kicked
never
off.
went too far off the, you know what I mean? It was always borderline where I wasn't sure what was about to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Like,
Caesar
what do you think this is,
taking
Rome?
conquest into like Egypt and shit. That's how gelato got there. That way.
But it was interesting. You never know who you're gonna run to in the city.
Yeah, it was interesting as a.
It totally sabotaged our review of the movies, though. We never got back to reviewing the movies.
Yeah, I was really into that review too. I was like, oh man, this is so.
Yeah, I forget what we were reviewing. It was either Tiger, might have been Tiger Strike. I think.
I know you were annoyed though. I could tell. I was like, Jack is such a nice guy, but you can see like just beneath the surface, he was like, oh, this guy would get out of here.
That's funny. So Annabelle can always say it's really obvious when I'm annoyed. I always think it isn't, but maybe it's more obvious than I think.
Oh, it was. But you have that nice guy layer to you, man, and it just
yeah.
I think the people who know you, it's easy to tell, but like people who don't know you, I don't think it's as easy.
There was a guy we used to always see. I'll say his name, Dr. Chris, said all these things. He was the most annoying guy in the world. You actually remember him, Entry. He used to call into Without Your Head back in the day, in the early days, and he would legit ask the guests while he was on air with us to do his show. He hosted a radio show out of Worcester, Bedford. And oh my God, so he would just come up to us and he'd really like mac on Annabelle and then he'd be like, look at this bracelet I got from like some movie, like sent him a bracelet. And I'd be like,
Oh,
cool. Or like, you know, like, look, I got this free like a mini lantern from like whatever the Poltergeist remake or what. I'm like, oh, that's great, man. And Annabelle's like, it's always so obvious, like you can't stand this guy, but it's like so funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
yeah. Normally, the people who you are annoyed with never pick up on it. Though. They
Sure.
just
He sure
keep
didn't.
barreling away.
Yeah, that sounds
He
about right.
definitely he didn't read the room at all, man.
Yeah.
No, and then after we went off coast, he like would not let us. We were trying to leave to go to the karaoke thing, and he just like keeps standing. I'm like, we gotta get going. And Annabelle's like talking to him, and I'm thinking, get the hell out of here. I want to go play go sing some karaoke or something.
Well, that was his initial attraction. Probably he probably saw Annabelle. It was like zoop, his creep eyes kind of zoomed in across the room. You know, I'm like, let me go talk to this girl, man.
Yeah, he saw the camera. It is easier now that we do the streaming off the phone. When I used to carry, you know, the HD actual camera, and that would always get more looks. And then places started kicking us out. They're like, you can't film with like a real camera in here. So, but with the phone, I think they think we're just, you know, probably taking selfies or whatever. So no one ever really bothers us. Well, that guy did, but the restaurants never come up and say, "What the hell are you doing in here?" The last one that did, it was right before we went to the phone, was what's the guy who does dinner drive-ins and dives?
Oh,
Guy Fieri.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucker. So we went to the Guy Fieri, whatever it was in Boston. It's his new restaurant.
Is
And
he
we
the one that's
specifically
married to Gail Kim?
Was that?
Is he the one that's married to Gail Kim?
No, that's Robert Irvine.
Yeah, he was a big liar who lied about all this stuff, and then somehow still he was kind of canceled for a while because his whole
he was like the Queen's butler. He said, but he was not at all.
Yeah,
like in the Royal Navy, but he was not at all.
Somehow no one cares about that, but
yeah, and he got to marry Gail Kim. Anyway, yeah.
We went to Guy Fieri's place. We specifically asked, is it okay if we set up a camera and record? And they're like, no. So we go there, we set up the camera, we ordered drinks. I just get club soda. So they bring out the drinks, we order food, and then we're gonna sit down and start recording, and the guy comes over and he's like, you know, you can't have this here, you gotta get out. Like, what the fuck? We asked, like, no, so we clean up stuff, start walking out. And he for some reason he got in her face, and actually she's much more combative than I am. And he was like, you're not leaving here, you got to pay. And we're like, we're not paying. You told us to leave, and we didn't even get our food yet. Like, we're gonna pay for stuff that we didn't even get when you told us we have to leave. And he's like, it doesn't matter, you got to pay. And then she really lost him, but we left, and we'll never go back to that fucker's place, Guy Fieri. And every time we walk by, it's fucking empty. So fuck you, Guy Fieri's Boston, whatever the hell it's called.
Exactly.
He wasn't there, was he?
No. And then my brother, he went and tagged him on Facebook, and they were like, "Oh, well, they only asked us if we could if they could take photos of their food." And I was like, no one in the world would go into a restaurant and ask if we could take photos of our own food. In modern day, everyone's taking photos of their food and putting it all over Instagram.
Yeah, that's what Instagram's for.
Like, can we take a photo of our own food? You lying fuckers.
I want to take a stick of my food. This is what I think of this piece of shit food.
Yeah, so fuck them. All right. What's on your mind, Stevie? Before we get to the article. Well, I'm going to get everybody, so don't worry.
Well, I know you're talking about.
Since you're the tribal chief, Stevie.
Yes.
Exactly. Hey, I shouldn't do that.
Well, I know you were talking about movies, but this is wrestling related. For the first time ever, I watched Roadhouse, the Patrick Swayze original movie.
Hell yeah!
And I thought it's very
dirty dancing, no matter what Inter thinks.
It was a
It's
very
Dirty Dancing.
underutilized Terry Funk is in that movie.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I heard he was in the cast, and I was really looking forward to. Oh boy, Terry Funk's in a movie I'd never seen, and
Yeah.
hardly in it.
Yeah, it's like a minute in the bar fight.
Yeah, in the bar fights.
They just remade it.
I know. Oh my god. Why remake everything?
If they don't rip a man's throat out, I don't want to see it.
He was in like a cage on the thing. It looked more like Bloodsport than Roadhouse. Like
It's
on
kind
the
of like a fun
poster.
movie. It's kind of a fun movie, Roadhouse. It's not too serious. And then he rips a man's throat out. I'm like, what the hell?
I could see you be like complaining at the theater owners and be like, I want my money back. Didn't have no throat getting ripped out.
Yeah, I've heard Roadhouse doesn't even come close to the classic Patrick Swayze ones, so that's probably something else, Kevin.
Can you believe Incher doesn't like it? He doesn't like the original Roadhouse?
Really?
I'm not
No.
huge on it.
He's a big Dirty Dancing fan.
I'm more of a Dirty Dancing fan. Yes.
Nobody puts Incher in a corner.
Mhm.
I
had the time of my life.
Did you ever? I actually did sing that in karaoke. I did a duet with Ed Gonzalez.
Did you?
I played on the show to get flagged, but
How can
send it
you
to
not
you.
be a Dirty Dancing fan if you're performing the songs and karaoke and everything?
that was
Man.
so. It was a short-lived karaoke duet. It was me and Ed Gonzalez. We were the Sex Panthers.
No.
And we sang that, and we sang. There's a few duets we did together.
Sex
Islands in the
Panthers.
Stream. Yeah, that's good. But you remember Ed Gonzalez? I think he was
Yes.
like the only guy you actually liked from that group of people. He was
He
the
was
indie
pretty
wrestler.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, like whenever I spoke to him, he acknowledged me. I liked Will. I thought Will was all right. I think you don't like Will though now or
I
something.
don't know. Will's in my movie actually.
Is he? Okay. I liked him. Wasn't a big Brad fan. Brad, what was his name? Thacker. Not a fan of him because, I mean, just think about this, Jack. Think about it. Say if you walked up to Lexar and you're like, "Hey, Lexar, how's it going, my man?" And like, I thought this death match was pretty cool, and then Lexar just
That's how he acts all the time. You think he's not paying attention to the show. He's watching The View off camera.
It's Impact.
See, he doesn't even know. He
The
don't know what
impact
the hell's going on. He only looked at the camera because you said his name.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know one thing that's happened on the show tonight. He's just watching Impact, waiting to be called on.
That's
You
not
talked about-
modern Impact.
You talked about movies. You talked about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre board
Yeah, you
games,
say
and
that every week.
We covered wrestling. Now we're just shooting.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I'm just messing with you. Like,
you talk about a guy Fieri. Is pronounced as Fieri? Fieri.
Fieri?
Fieri.
Fuck him. I'm sure.
Do you think when Jack was like healing up on the owners there that he was like, I'm tasting a little bit of that negative sauce right now. It's hitting me. It's hitting me. With the
going to
negative."
Flavor Town?
Jack should have went to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant instead.
I
Maybe
did
he'll-
go to Gordon Ramsay restaurant in Soho, in London.
Mhm. Ruby Soho.
Yeah,
No, the original
that
Soho
was
in
thinking the
London.
exact same thing.
And I
You know, this-
stayed
Go
at
ahead.
I stayed at a windowless, soundproof hotel that had a big pink bunny in the corner.
What do you call a slutty seamstress?
and
Oh,
leather belt straps on the head on the board head over the bed. Yeah,
You
I don't
said
know
no
what-
windows.
Yeah, no windows, and it was soundproof. So I don't know what. Well, I kind of know what this room is usually.
Oh, I thought it had like window frames with no windows in it, but no actual
No,
anything.
no windows. It has,
I was like, why no windows? But
well, Yeah, it was windowless and soundproof.
I'm blonde. Sorry.
And it had leather straps and handles on the bed frame.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Remember Hostel?
But it was inexpensive and right next to the theater is going to.
Did you have a big bottle of Lysol with you? Just like
Oh no. I didn't whatever.
like licking everything. Like
Dobbs did come up to my room and rode my pink bunny though. It is true. So what is on your mind, Stevie? Incher's getting all excited over there. He's about ready to grab the plastic bag. What were you about to say when I interrupted you? I'm sorry.
I was just saying that that you're back on the chefs and everything. Robert Irvine, he was like on a One Impact show, and like the cameraman like focused in on him while like Gail was wrestling in the ring, and he looked at the camera so annoyed, and he just went like this. He was like, it was like he was not in support of being filmed at that moment. So that was a little wrestling related.
When I ate at the Gordon, excuse me, the Gordon Ramsay, it was a Gordon Ramsay's burger place, whatever it's called, and it was directly across the street from my hotel in London. And I went there. I was the people I did my movies with are vegan, and so when we were together, we had to go to someplace that had vegan options. But at one point, I was by myself, so I was like, "Oh, it's the time I'm going to go to the burger place across the street," and it was excellent. I got a lamb burger, and it had mint jelly on it. It was very, very good.
Ooh.
I approve. It was much better than Guy Fieri. All right,
I heard
Stevie.
Guy Fieri lights his farts on fire.
What?
I don't know. I'm just like throwing shade.
Flavor Town. What's on your mind, Stevie?
We'll get to the Raw report. But,
We'll go around
we'll go around here. Yeah.
What's on your mind, Bruce?
Not much. Just
Master 420.
yeah, trying to spread that name out on the interweb, but I don't know. Just chilling.
That baby ass. Wait a minute. Don't say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I went on the Lee Cole thing. His show. He caught. I don't know, but that was fun. He seems like a nice guy. Lee Cole, it was like Tom Cole's brother from like the sex scandal in the 80s and early 90s. But his brother is doing a podcast now and he like takes calls, so I called into him.
For years on the show, I've always been a proponent thinking all the stuff about Pat Patterson, I always felt like wasn't true.
Yeah.
And I always give him the benefit of the doubt. But I don't know anymore because all this stuff with Vince and all his like people knew and like he did stuff with them. And then I started watching interviews with like, and some of these people are always gonna be questionable, Brickhouse Brown and stuff. But then RVD has said the same thing, and I'm thinking, I don't know. I think there's a lot to this now.
Shane Douglas just said some stuff just like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So.
If there's one or two people saying something, who knows? And I do think because he was openly gay, he would get people who would say stuff against him. But when there's so many people and guys like RVD, who I don't think would be like a homophobic guy and stuff, I don't know. I've changed my view.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these stories are true about him too.
But didn't Brickhouse Brown come out with those series of like weird shoots, like talking about one half of Demolition tossing salad or something like that?
He says some really outlandish stuff, so you can't just listen. If it was just him saying it, there's probably not a lot of accuracy. But when you start looking at it, multiple people, not just, Brickhouse Brown, that is the problem with, this is a bigger thing with like the conspiracy theory people. Because if you have someone like that, then whatever they say, it's like, oh, it's probably all like, not true. It's all this whacked out stuff. And then if they do say something that is true, it's like it's kind of the boy who cried wolf. It's like, well, I don't believe this, because he's also saying that they tried to make him join the Illuminati, and it's like, well, I don't know about that, but
stupid Illuminati.
Yeah.
Some German people are trying to get me to join the Illuminati. I'm just saying no. I don't know what the hell's going on.
That's my
Well,
German
you're
heritage.
You better join that, man.
I'm scared.
You better join that, man. Give me a record
As long as they
contract.
give me money, and then I don't want to give them money. If they give me money, that's good. But
Speak fluent German, you just got to be angry. That's what I do.
I met my stepbrother's wife just earlier today, and she is from Germany. She's like, yeah. She's like, Auf Wiedersehen. Like, I'm like, yeah, bye.
Yeah, my grandmother was Pennsylvania Deutsch, which is.
I asked her to say Auf Wiedersehen. I was like, please, no. I was like, what's German for bye? Just to hear it. No, like for see you later, Jack. Don't make it dirty. She's holding a child when she said it. Sorry, I got a little mad there.
Uncle. Oh,
yeah, that's all that I'm doing. That's
Jack
all.
always has moments that he makes inappropriate. Like,
what?
You'll be talking about something so like like you're trying to like have a heartwarming moment with him, and he'll just be like, and that's when he fucked you in the ass. And I'm like,
Man, that might be the funniest thing you've ever said. Finally, Entry, you're getting the hang of comedy.
Well, I did. I was talking about my grandfather once, and you were just like, and that's when he just banged you in the ass. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It's just this is just some dream you had.
No, it's not. It happened. That was I
Your
think it was
grandpa
on the
actually talked
show.
about banging in the ass. What?
No, I was having like this like he told me a story about his grandfather, then I told him a story about my grandfather, and it was just like he was having none of
Lay
it.
the old grandfather trap on you.
Yeah, I guess maybe I walked right into that trap.
Andrew's talking to his grandpa about throwing pipe. What the hell?
No, it was just I forget what we were talking about, and he was like, "That's when he banged you in the ass," and I'm like, "What the
Your
hell?"
grandfather sounds cool.
No, he never did this. You just said it though.
Oh, I said it?
You said it. Yeah. See, this he does this all the time. He acts like he never does
Well, no,
anything.
I think Goosey and I both there for a second thought you meant your grandfather said it.
No.
It's a little twist on the story that makes it a good story. The twist at
Like,
the end.
Bruce was sharing his thoughts about it, meeting his new what would it be, nephew? And brother.
Yes.
And his new
family.
wife. And then Jack's just like, Jack just makes it totally inappropriate.
Scheuern Feinen. You should have done the 2-finger mustache.
I didn't say it. And then your nephew banged you in the ass, Bruce.
No, what did he say to you, Bruce? 'Cause you got mad.
He didn't even bring up the nephew. He said he was meeting like his I don't know, someone's like wife or something. And then
You don't even know what family member.
The German word for bye, and I knew he means as bye is goodbye. And I said, look, what, like bisexual to be funny, but that wasn't that bad.
Hi, Anthony, if you're watching. You're your wife, too. Hi.
Is she hot?
Yes, she's very hot.
Well, if he ever kicks the bricks, you can always email Jackie Jones.
Oh, my God. Yes. It's all over the internet. You can find you anywhere.
There's a
Shit.
good example of what I just was saying.
I'll
He's
fuck you in
trying
the
to
ass.
make your brother die or break up the
I didn't say
relationship.
kick the
and-
bucket. I say kick the bricks. Like if he's like, I'm out
I
of
think
here.
you were going that direction, but then you decided, maybe that's too far.
This is
So
what
then you
Intra
said,
thinks
hit
of me. He thinks I'm just wishing death upon.
Go out for some milk, never come back, kind of thing. You're saying?
Wishing death and having triangle
Okay.
towns on your head.
Triangle
Constantly
Village.
hallucinating.
It was like villagers, like out of King Kong, where they had like grass like skirts and like spears, which I shouldn't say all this stuff,
Oh my goodness.
but it was burning down. And I was like, I was trying to save the villagers in the Triangle Village, and like it really felt real. It was really, I was freaked out. And Annabelle's just laughing her ass off.
Wow.
And that's
Drugs
when
are cool.
Yeah.
No, it really was. I was trying to have a heartwarming moment with you, and then you're
With
just
your
like
grandfather?
No, you told me a story about your grandfather. Then I told you a story of my grandfather, and you were just like, and you're like,
Of him
that's what
banging
he
in the
just.
ass?
You don't
What,
remember
your
this?
grandfather banging in the ass?
You said that.
Oh,
You made the moment inappropriate.
Well, what was
I
the
was
story
trying to have a
about?
heartwarming moment with you and sharing some nice stories.
Jack was murmuring something else.
And, that was a classic in your head moment, ladies and gentlemen.
What was your grandpa's? What was he doing? What was the heartwarming moment?
It's hard to remember. All I remember was you being inappropriate at the time, and
so yeah, I have a long lasting effect on you.
Like, does this happen every holiday? Like, you came over and Grandpa just brought up in the kitchen?
No. My grandfather was a good man who was a D-Day veteran.
He's probably looking down now and having a good old laugh.
No, I highly doubt that.
I'm proud, boy. Give me a pat on the back. Say, way to go, champ.
I'm waiting for the shoe to
Let's
drop.
continue, man. Stuff. No one knows why.
Saying entertaining program.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyways, what's on your mind, Lexar? What are you watching in the world of professional wrestling?
Lexar.
Let's see. Besides watching this Impact, I found out that much like Jack and Incher, they're delaying the Heady Awards. WWE decided to do the same thing with the Slammy Awards. It's not going to be a part of the world at WrestleMania next Sunday.
Well, there's something to tell you, young man. Originally, the Headies took place during our anniversary month in April. So it's actually back to tradition that the Headies are taking place in April like they did for years in original in your head. Eventually, we change it to be at the beginning of the year. But originally, the Headies were in April. And March is also traditionally the award season when you have like the Oscars.
I think he's upset about Sal McGee delaying it tonight, though.
Are you pissed that are you gonna boycott the Slammies? You're like, how dare you do this so late?
As long as it's better than the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards, then that's just fine. I don't care.
Okay, I mean they don't have an actual award show or anything.
The Newsletter Awards? Wrestling Observer?
They don't have a ceremony or something.
Are all the pictures all in black and white and stuff still? No.
No, they never had pictures. That was actually the
Pro Wrestling Illustrated. When I read it in the 80s, it was all in black and white.
The covers would be
that one.
Bill Apter.
I was trying to think that there was a newsletter that did have pictures. It was the Torch had pictures, but it was
The Pro Wrestling Torch. There you go.
Yeah. I have a bunch of old wrestling mag. Are they worth anything? Old PWIs or anything?
Probably.
I'm trying to get just rid of stuff. I don't know if anyone would want to buy this stuff.
As long as they're
I'm
full
sure.
color, as long as they're full color pages, then sure.
No, not old. Old ones are black and white. The full color wouldn't be until like the last few years.
I mean, those old people have money now.
Right there.
All right.
They'll pay for their.
I also have a bunch of old Nintendo powers, so I know that'll get Incher excited.
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Nintendo.
Well, he's not alone. I would be.
Yeah, I had Nintendo Power since when it was like a newsletter. Remember, I used to get it, and then I have issue 1 on. I don't know what shape some of them are in.
I know some of them are worth some money, so
yeah,
look into that.
Yeah, I was
if
just
you're
trying
wanting
to
get rid of.
just because eventually you just have so much stuff. It's like I don't need all this stuff.
just eBay everything.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been doing. I've been selling a lot of old shirts. I found a bunch of old TNA wrestling shirts, vintage TNA shirts.
That's awesome.
Yeah. By the way, I feel bad because I sold a bunch of the WCW crew shirts that Jackie Crockett then, and then Jackie Crockett passed away. So, rest in peace, Jackie Crockett. He was always fun to us, good guy to us.
Mm-hmm.
Jericho told a good story about Jackie Crockett when he first entered WCW. Jackie Crockett said, "Look for my camera, and I'll turn you into a star, boy."
There you go, boom, and look where he is now. Decades in wrestling. Not many people had that long of a run.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Thanks
on
to
your
Jackie Crockett.
anything else on your mind, Lexar, besides watching The View and Wendy
And
Williams?
Impact. And Impact. Nope. I'm ready for the Raw report.
You watching Judge Judy?
Judge Judy's retired, I think.
I think she does. No, she does a new show now.
Yeah, she's on like Tubi or something like that.
Yeah.
Or Freevee or something.
I just thought of something now. WWE is now doing this new Tough Enough type program on Roku.
Tough enough.
Oh yeah, on the Roku thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Tough Enough, but it's under a different name. It had like Triple H as a head honcho, and then they have like I think Bianca Belair and some other people as coaches or something. And
they need to.
It's like UFC style.
They need to get
tryouts.
They need to get Taz to do like a cameo on there where he comes in and starts yelling at all the kids, and he's like, "You got a Goldberg poster on your wall," and he's like ripping it off, and then everybody looks at each other and just starts laughing, and then he goes, "Yeah, I know, yeah, Max," and then he just leaves because he's such a joke now. He's such a joke. Who would be scared of Taz now?
Why don't you enter it, Lexar? Are you going to enter Tough Enough?
No, I'm not that athletic anymore.
Man, you got to get back into shape. Did you ever at one point want to become a wrestler?
At one time, I wanted to become in the wrestling business, but not a wrestler. I wanted to become a referee.
A rat?
Referee. Wear the pinstripes and a bow tie.
You could still do that. You should show up to the shows dressed as a ref.
Yeah, just count to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the ref who stands in the corner all match.
Who was your favorite referee? Who was like your big referee influence?
Young.
Maybe Earl Hebner.
Really? You wanted to sell bootleg T-shirts?
No, he just wants a twin. That's
It's
all.
like, the bad thing is though, you'll go for like the pinfall, and the wrestlers are, and they're waiting for the 1, 2, 3 to be counted, and they look over and Lexar's just Lexar and somebody in the crowd. You're like, what the hell's the ref doing?
That's a Nick Patrick move.
You think the referees ever get rats?
Charles Robinson, actually.
Oh man, that's probably true.
Little H.
Yeah.
We met him a few times. He's a good guy.
Seemed pretty cool to me.
Bill Alfonso wants me to make him a video.
Do it up.
He's a good ref. He'd like fly out of the ring. He'd like be like going for the count.
That's more like Tommy Young, but I was a big Bel Alfonso fan.
Yeah.
Right down the middle, daddy. We were gonna do an interview with him once. I don't know where we're at.
I could talk to him.
I like Bel Alfonso.
I could talk to him.
He probably heard all the grief we give his brother.
His brother?
Isn't Fidel Sierra his brother or something like that?
I don't think so.
Or is it somebody else?
I don't think so.
I think they're related.
Yeah,
So he's related to somebody.
Cuban Assassin's a member of the Headyverse on the group. He comments sometimes.
I sent him one of my random videos, and Bill Alfonso wrote back, "I thought it was a video about me, Daddy," or something like that. And I was like,
Yeah, well, you should make him one, boy.
I know. I gotta dig up some good footage.
Do it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to make it good. I get nervous.
Brother, look at this. This is going to Walkie. If anyone wants to help support the show, you can super chat $5 or more. I'll send you that. Well, not this one. That one's Walkie's, but you'll get a random sticker out of this bag.
Rob Van Dam style there.
William Walkie Walker, the whole effing Vlasic pickle.
The way I used to do old videos, like started like this.
I remember.
Oh yeah.
What was that video? It was a website that had like its community that didn't last very long. What was that called? It wasn't, it wasn't YouTube. It was another platform.
Live video.
Live video, yeah.
Yeah. I still have on my Facebook page the image you made that promoted that live video channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Who didn't we get? Ludite. What's on your mind, Ludi?
I listen to these weird stories. People narrate them from Reddit. Supposed to be like true scary stories. One guy was saying that his girlfriend got free tickets to a wrestling show, and all night he did getting the vibe that she'd fucked his favorite wrestler to get the tickets.
What's his name like?
She said, "Yeah, I did. Shut up about it. You enjoyed the show." So he gets all mad. He's like a little guy, right? So he goes down there. He's gonna beat up the wrestler, but she's warned the wrestler and the other wrestlers come out and beat the shit out of him. And then his favorite wrestler comes out of
this is a sad story.
And threatens him. And basically, at the end of the story, the guy that read it kind of implied that it was John Cena.
No, man. But was it actually John Cena Sr.? Johnny Fabulous.
No, probably Junior. I don't know.
I like when we booked John Cena and we were like, we got John Cena on the show next week. And it was John Cena Sr.
Hell yeah.
It wasn't a lie.
Exactly.
It wasn't a lie.
But
would that be better or worse, though, if your girlfriend slept with John Cena and you found out it was actually Senior, the dad?
I don't know what the guy was doing. Like, trying to, like, get him.
That's Bill and his brother, the Cuban assassin.
No, I didn't realize that. That's cool.
Yeah,
they never said for sure that it was Cena, but at the end of the show, the host said, and John Cena's a nice guy.
Lexar, what would you do if your girlfriend slept with the wrestlers to get you free tickets into the wrestling? Would you be pissed or would you be okay?
I'll be both because she cheated, but I'll be going to free wrestling shows and I'll have to pay any sort of money.
Hell yeah, you got to pimp her out, get some tickets.
Is Lexar's girlfriend like being pimped out to like AEW and WWE, or is he going to like X?
Yeah, he's probably going to like go see Hoodfoot.
You think she's getting tag team by Hoodfoot and Schlack.
I think I'd rather just pay the $17 or whatever for the tickets than doing all that. You know, I mean,
Would you rather pay $17
yeah, is it
or
really
commit
that
legal
expensive to go to some of these hardcore shows? I mean, are they like?
Nah, I think it's
What
just
are
like
they? $10
$40.
a ticket? I mean,
40 actually.
Would you rather pay $17 or
Now you're second guessing yourself.
40 a piece, Incher. 40
Yeah.
a piece.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Does that include the meet and greet, or is that just a general admission?
I just
That's
put
a general
Lexar in a
admission.
wig.
That's a general admission.
I just put Lexar in a wig and offer him up.
Hell yeah.
Would you do that?
He'd smile at that guy'd run away.
Here's my girlfriend here.
Would you pretend to be a woman for Schlack to get free tickets to wrestling?
Nah, I'm not trans.
Yeah, but it would just be fake for one night.
But you're pretty. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I think we have a love connection.
And she
What
will
if they
make a
let-
good woman though.
What if they let you keep some?
Hell yeah.
What if they let you keep like a ring apron?
Yeah, I'd probably like be a ring crew for a day.
See?
Ring crew member.
What if they made you wear an apron?
Oh yeah, that'd
Sorry.
be awesome. As long as I could take it home, sure.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just gonna give you a
Sounds like
lot
it
of
doesn't
fucking-
matter what you put it in. Lexar will accept it, so it's good.
Exactly. What's on your mind, Goosey?
Oh, see.
It's awesome to see fucking Walkie. It's been
Hell
goddamn
yeah.
10, 15
Oh, yeah.
years.
For sure.
I'm very
Well,
happy.
you're putting age on me, Goosey. Come on now.
Look, look, he's a young.
I was just thinking about him.
pretty boy. It looks like he's probably like 22.
Yeah, we're all getting old.
I appreciate the honesty being 41.
I wouldn't have guessed that honestly though.
I appreciate that.
I'm glad Steve's here though, because then I'm not the oldest.
Poor Trump.
Damn.
Well, sometimes Vic's here. He's older than everyone.
Oh, yeah, Vic's older.
It definitely shows our age. When I met Itcher and Jack, we were in our 20s. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly. Incher might have been like a teen.
No, I was
actually thinking about Walkie. Wondering what happened to him.
I honestly am happy for see Walkie here. I always like Walkie.
And Afro. Well, only one I don't miss is Swax.
Yeah, there's
but
a lot of
yeah,
yes. Well, let's not.
Oh,
go
did
too-
you say Swax? Wait a minute.
Let's not. You know. There's a limit. To it.
Let's see here. Let's get on the Skype.
Wax that ass.
It's time to wax that ass.
Sorry, Jack.
Here we go.
He won't do it anyway. Be like, no, why don't you do the show on Monday at 3:00?
He has a lot of effort. I sit there and I text and text and text, and he doesn't even show. And then he might show up like 1 week later, and then
Yeah,
and then
like
he's
3 in
only
the
on for
morning
like 10
on a
minutes.
Thursday night. He's like, why aren't you on now? Do the show around my schedule. Because
Yeah.
I'm a busy man just sitting at home doing nothing.
I'm bored. Please do a show.
Swax is he's a guy. I won't say a good guy, but he's
You love him, Jack.
there.
You
He
love him.
exists.
You love
All right, and before I know we're getting late here, so boom.
Wait a minute,
And after our 2 hours, a 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking history. Raw report. Boom! Raw report.
So Walkie, do you watch my Raw reports?
I watch from the shadows. Yeah, I'll give it
Well,
a
apparently, so Jack doesn't watch Monday Night Raw. So I give the Raw reports. I watch Raw every week. So
I did see some of it this week.
Okay, so Raw this week came from Chicago, Sweet Home, Chicago, Illinois.
Sweet Home, Chicago. Just got back from the Windy City because the Windy City is mighty pretty, but they ain't got what we got. That's from Chicago. I'm going to ruin my reputation singing show tunes here on the show. All right.
Yeah, it's like, what? You going to be watching Wendy Williams next? I mean, jeez.
So we get a review of SmackDown when The Rock and Roman Reigns and the Bloodline were it looked like they were going to beat up Cody Rhodes when Jey Uso and Seth Rollins showed up.
Well, The Rock wasn't there, but I had to correct you there, Steven. The Rock was not on SmackDown last week.
Oh, was this? Or was it? Oh, that's right. It was Jimmy. It was Jimmy and Solo, not The Rock.
I have to correct Steven on the Raw report, and I didn't even watch Raw.
Man.
Yeah, sorry, I was maybe thinking of something else.
You were testing intro to see if he's paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Cody begins Monday Night Raw.
Go Chicago. What do you want to talk about?
What do you want to talk about? And Cody says,
stuff for the succotash.
Is we're in this 2-week period right before WrestleMania. And it does seem like they're just filling time with various segments for WrestleMania. But here's we'll get to the other one that went on for way too long. But so he's once again doing another talking segment, and he actually mentions the SmackDown last week. And he says he was talking about Roman Reigns appearing on Pat McAfee's show and made a point to say that on this show, Roman Reigns called me a politician. So the crowd screams, Roman sucks. Says Reigns said Cody's making promises he can't keep. And Cody says, when he makes a promise, I keep it. So, again, like I'm kind of getting tired of all these talking segments. I'm the big complainer about this sort of thing, and it looks like I don't know, for about a couple of weeks now, a couple of Raws in a row, it's just like everybody just comes to the ring and talks, and I'm kind of getting tired of it. Even as I say, we'll get to the later one, but as Cody's talking away, suddenly, without warning, if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
If you smell what The Rock.
Now, I'll say this was pretty good because The Rock takes his own sweet time walking down to the ring, and you can tell who a superstar is. He just gets in the ring, and I think he stood in the corner. Cody was right in the middle of the ring. Rock is in the corner. Neither one of them is saying anything. Neither one of them is moving. The crowd's just reacting. I think they did a "This is awesome" chant broke out. And it was like they were waiting for something to happen. They were waiting for Rock to talk, but I noticed the first thing I looked for was Rock's hands, and I noticed he didn't have a mic in his hand. So I was wondering, well, how is he going to talk if he doesn't have a mic in his hand? And so I thought, well, okay, what's going to happen here? But they just kind of looked at each other. Rock came up closer and closer. And I thought, well, what's going to happen here? Because Rock doesn't have a microphone. and he just kind of leans into Cody and says something and then backs off, and then the crowd was booing because nothing happened, and Rock just gets out of the ring and leaves. And
now, was it that? Because I actually saw this segment. Wasn't that look? I'm gonna admit the crowd was loving it, but didn't you find that Cody Rhodes promo like so like just phony and like scripted? And I was just like, I watched it on 2 speed, so I could see what's gonna happen. So I was watching on YouTube, and I did it to double speed. I'm like, all right, let's get to what's gonna go. We get to the Rock coming out already.
Did his voice sound funny?
Yeah, but it just went on forever, and I don't know. Like the crowd loves it, so what do I know? But when I'm watching, I'm like, oh my god.
Well, yeah. I mean, all this nonsense about, oh, I want your help pointing to the WrestleMania sign. It's like who's writing this?
yeah. Well, it just seems so scripted, and but the crowd loved it, so.
Oh yeah, but like I said, I'm getting kind of tired of this. Maybe I'm coming to the point where I just want WrestleMania to happen already. Anyway,
you're on this road.
Yeah. So we get a backstage segment. It's like upcoming, we're gonna get Ricochet versus another JD McDonough. Come back from the commercial break. They replay what just happened in the opening segment. We get Jackie Redmond interviewing The Rock, or trying to interview The Rock about what he whispered to Cody, and Rock just says, ask Cody. Judgment Day segment. Rhea Ripley, it seems like every week Rhea Ripley is angry at the Judgment Day because I don't know, they're getting beat up or they're losing matches, and Dominic and JD are basically jobbers on the team. So it looks like Dominic tries to assure Rhea that JD is going to take care of Ricochet. So after an indomitable amount of time, finally we get to the opening match of the night: Ricochet versus JD McDonough. 2 evenly matched guys, really entertaining. But Ricochet continues his push. I mean, like, he was been off TV for a long time, and he comes back and he just keeps winning matches. So he jumped off the top turnbuckle. JD McDonough is standing in the middle of the ring, and Ricochet does this shooting star press in midair and just flattens JD McDonough and pins him. Great finish. I mean, I really like that, because most of these shooting star presses, the guy's on the mat, but I guess JD had to catch him and fall, and somebody could have got hurt doing that, but good opening match. We get a backstage segment of CM Punk walking around with a championship belt with a Chicago Cubs logo taped on it.
Cheap plug.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So then I noticed a lot of backstage segments, and videos. We get another backstage segment of Jey Uso in the back, basically announcing that he's going to face Shinsuke Nakamura. And then finally another talking segment. Okay, this one went on for way too long, and I want your guys, if anybody else saw this, let me know what you think. CM Punk comes down to the ring, and he's got his arm is still bandaged up, and so he starts talking. He's high-fiving fans. He gets in the ring. Huge reaction from the Chicago crowd. And he says, I've got a lot of things that I want to say, and I got a lot of business to get to. It's good to be alive on a Monday night in Chicago. Crowds really into CM Punk.
CM Punk.
So he asked the crowd, a lot of people have been asking me, am I going to be at WrestleMania? The short answer is yes. And people have been asking me how my elbow is doing. It's not great. And he's not medically cleared, but he's
elbow.
So he makes a reference to, oh, we're not on Netflix yet.
Tricep.
Yeah. So he says something like, people were wondering, am I going to host WrestleMania? Well, 10 years ago, if you'd asked me that, I thought it would be beneath me. He just wants to be in front of the people. He wishes that WrestleMania was in Chicago, gets a cheap pop from that. But I'm great in the ring. I'm great in the mic. Hell, I'm even great on commentary. And this is where it starts to go off the rails, in my opinion, for CM Punk. Oh yes, and he sees Pat McAfee sitting at ringside and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Pat, I don't listen to your show, but I do listen to the Experience in the Drive-Thru," and I kind of appreciated the Jim Cornette reference. He mentions Roman Reigns, and he mentions all the people that are talking about him. Seth Rollins, we don't see eye to eye. Roman Reigns. There's one person that's not talking about me, and that's The Rock. And then he talks about some sort of face-to-face he had with The Rock 10 years ago. I don't recall this. I do recall that CM was the champ and that Rock beat him for the belt, and I thought that sucked, but I don't recall them. I do recall CM Punk gave Rock the what's his move, the go to sleep. He gave Rock go to sleep. I remember him doing that. Maybe that was his reference. I don't know, but I do remember that happened on Raw right before Rock beat him for the belt.
That was bad.
So he talks about that, and then as he's talking, Drew McIntyre's music hits, and he comes down to the ring, and so Punk starts to get a little he gets to get a little R-rated in his language. He says, I can't wrestle, but I can beat your bitch ass. I think in the later reference he got edited out. So McIntyre says, I prayed for this. Punk asks him, are you a Scottish psychopath, or are you a Scottish psychopath in a kilt or a troll in a skirt? And you can be canceled for talking like that. And McIntyre walks over to the ring announcers, and at first he jumps up on top of the ring announcer at the announcing table, and he just stands on top there as he's talking to Punk. And this is where I thought, yeah, Drew McIntyre, in my opinion, owned CM Punk in this exchange, because really, basically, the whole thing was: is CM Punk? What is CM Punk going to do at WrestleMania? He's injured; he can't wrestle. So Drew McIntyre and later Seth Rollins, when he came out, they basically proposed that CM Punk should do ringside commentary for WrestleMania, and Punk just basically agreed to it. And I thought this made Punk look weak. They just, and all to say, I think they owned him in this whole segment that went on forever. McIntyre basically sits down. He gets into a chair and he sits down in between McAfee and Michael Cole, and continues talking. And he basically, McIntyre says, Punk, you're my muse. When I'm lifting weights, I think of you, and I try and get in that last rep.
I squeeze my dick with my hand. Oh, sorry. That was Drew.
But anyway, McIntyre, he mentions, so Punk, oh yes, and also Punk, who's injured, keeps trying to go McIntyre, get in the ring, and McIntyre doesn't. He just sits and he puts his feet up on the table and he just sits there. And Punk just looks so weak, trying to get McIntyre to get in the ring, and McIntyre just refused to do it, and he just continued to sit there until mercifully burn it down. Here comes Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins gets in the ring, says, "Welcome to Monday Night." Rollins goes face to face with CM Punk. So again, Rollins, I know he can be pretty annoying on the microphone in the current gimmick, but again, he suggests, I don't know whether it was Rollins suggesting that maybe Punk should be a referee, and this with an indomitable amount of time, and at one point, Punk said, so Rollins suggested, you could be a referee, and Punk says, "Oh no, I couldn't be objective with you two dipshits in the ring," and McIntyre just says, "PG, brother."
Brother.
So, I wish they would have left that in. I mean, I thought that would have been cool, but anyway, this just went on. I thought this went on for way too long. Finally, mercifully, I think Punk just got out of the ring, and his music plays, and McIntyre basically cuts off the music, says, "Turn that music off. This guy's not in the main event of WrestleMania. Turn this music off." And McIntyre gets in the ring and he starts yelling at CM Punk as Punk is walking up the ring. And I guess he takes his mind off of Seth Rollins, who just super kicks him, gives him the curb stomp, and drops the microphone and walks out of the ring. McIntyre's down on the mat. And this whole segment went on for so long that when the commercial break came back, you had two wrestling matches that were scheduled that had to go only a couple of minutes because I guess they were running behind on time. The heel turn of Candice continues. She put her feet on the ropes and pinned Ivy Nile. But I just laugh when I see this heel turn because Candice LeRae, this teeny tiny woman, and she's bullying bigger women. It just makes me laugh. We get a backstage segment with the tag teams. The New Day and DIY are having a chat, and if you look in the background, you could see Paul Heyman talking to Drew McIntyre way in the background. R-Truth and the Miz come in. They basically say that they're going to be on commentary, and then we get a tag team match. We get a tag team match of DIY versus the New Day that only goes a couple of minutes. And just when the match starts getting going, all four members of the Judgment Day come down to the ring and basically beat up all four members in the tag team. They beat up DIY. They beat up the New Day. Miz gets into the ring and tries to help out, but he gets a South of Heaven chokeslam from Damian Priest. And then all four guys get out of the ring. I think it was Damian Priest grabs R-Truth, throws him back into the ring. They beat up. R-Truth starts beat up like Mike McDonough and then Dominic, and he gets some punches in on one more guy before the numbers game catches up to him. They keep him down, and then Finn Balor hits his coup de grace, and
hit that boy, yeah.
And so this segment ends with the Judgment Day standing tall. We get a backstage segment with Jackie Redmond and Cody Rhodes. They were asking, what did The Rock whisper to you? But Cody wouldn't say anything. We get another backstage segment with Kathy Kelly interviewing Gunther, and he just cuts another very short promo on, I think it was Sami Zayn. Finally, we get another wrestling match after who knows how long. Andrade versus Giovanni Vinci. Andrade has a new finishing move in which he picks the guy up, spins him, and drops him. I think he called it the Message. He beats Giovanni Vinci. We get a backstage segment with Becky Lynch. And then coming back from the commercial break, we get another talking segment with Rhea Ripley. And Dominic is in the ring, and she's talking to Dominic as she's cutting her promo. Becky Lynch comes down to the ring. Best thing about this, and you know how far Dominic has fallen, Becky Lynch, and I like this, and they even showed it in slow-mo replay. She just clocked Dominic right in the mush. Beautiful. Probably one of Becky's best punches she's ever thrown. Dominic takes a powder, goes out to the ring apron, or down to the floor. Rhea Ripley goes out to check on him and picks him up and starts to carry him back up the rampway when Becky comes up behind them, jumps on the stairs, flies into Rhea Ripley, takes out Dominic, and then they start brawling up the rampway. Whole bunch of people come down to try and break this up, but they continue to brawl, and this was pretty good. I mean, we haven't had in the Triple H era, it seemed like almost every single week there were people brawling. There was at least one segment on the show where there were people brawling. Haven't had a lot of those recently, so that was a welcome return to see a couple of women fighting each other. Backstage segment again with Chad Gable and Sami Zayn. So I don't know where this is going, whether these two guys eventually are going to have a wrestling match or whether WWE is going to insert Chad Gable in the Intercontinental title match. But they've been having a lot of segments together. We get Big Bronson Reed versus Sami Zayn, and again, WWE booking, you basically had halfway through the match, you had Gunther coming down to the ring and he didn't come down to the ring. I think he stood on the ramp on the stage and just watched. Mm-hmm. Sami Zayn, being the dumb babyface that he is, of course, he's paralyzed. He can't do anything. He just watches Gunther, allowing Bronson Reed to come up from behind him and attack him. I think Sami did fight back. Sami did fight back, but then for some unknown reason, Sami did the same thing. It's like Gunther didn't even do anything. He just stood there, and Sami just kind of looked in his direction again and allowed Bronson Reed to jump him again. Sami goes down. Bronson Reed goes to the top turnbuckle. Salami smash. 1, 2, 3. Bronson Reed pins Sami Zayn. Oh, God.
Does he smell like salami or something?
Well, I suppose if he was like Big Van Vader and didn't wash his ring gear, would you know?
Like his salami. Okay.
Anyway, okay, backstage segment. Jey Uso cuts a promo on Shinsuke Nakamura. Come back from the commercial break. Sammy's another backstage segment with Sami Zayn and Chad Gable. Sammy is all depressed because he got beat. Chad Gable is trying to cheer him up, I guess. So we get the main event of the evening features main event Jey Uso versus Shinsuke Nakamura. But this really wasn't the main event segment. It was the main event match, but not the main event segment. And in fact, the match only went a couple of minutes. Jey Uso hit a spear, pinned Shinsuke Nakamura. And then, but during this, Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa jumped the barricade, and it looked like before they could even do anything, Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins came down to the ring to start fighting. So Cody Rhodes and Jimmy Uso brawled up the rampway and into the back. Meanwhile, Seth Rollins threw Solo Sikoa headfirst into the ring post, and it looked like he was going to continue the fight when Drew McIntyre just showed up and gave him the Future Shock DDT. And that was the last of those two. We never saw them on camera for the rest of the night. So the camera immediately cuts to the back where Cody and Jimmy are fighting. And just as I think Cody threw Jimmy either into a wall or a door or something. And out of nowhere, The Rock appears. And basically for the next, I don't know, it seemed like the next 5-10 minutes, The Rock just beat the piss out of Cody Rhodes. And it's a shame Incher just got off. I think he might have enjoyed this. So this is like Attitude Era Rock. He just took Cody out to the back, and there was a bus with Cody, like I think it was like Cody's bus or something, and he just kept throwing Cody headfirst into this bus. And at one point, Cody started bleeding like a stuck pig. And this reminded me of Dusty back in the 70s, when he would have matches, and almost every match he'd be bleeding, or somebody would attack him and bust him up, or the Road Warriors would grab a spike and bust him up. Cody just bled, and Rock just kept pounding at him. And finally Rock, he has his belt, and he looks at the camera, and he starts talking to Mama Rhodes and says, "Look at your son." And Cody's just, he's pathetic, he's limp, he's bleeding. This was fantastic. I guess because this is the PG era of WWE.
Whatchamacallit.
And all that. But God, I liked it.
Yeah.
So, if you see this, I'm sure it's on YouTube, Rock beating up Cody.
I like that part too.
So that Raw basically goes off the air with Cody Rhodes. I think he got slammed into the bus again, and he's just laying against the bus. He's oh yeah, and it was like raining or something, and so Rock ripped off his shirt, and Cody was just a mess as Raw went off the air. But really builds for WrestleMania. I guess night one, the tag team match. So I thought that, to be quite honest, this was probably the only thing I really liked about Monday Night Raw. I would give this show a thumbs down because too much talking. It was just way too much talking, way too much backstage segments, and hardly any wrestling. And I think that CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre segment, like I said, I thought Punk, right in Chicago, in his own hometown, Punk just came out of that looking so weak that it didn't do him any favors. Anyway, that's my Monday Night Raw report. Great ending segment, but overall, I would give the show a thumbs down.
Damn, Incher told me he loved every second of it. Incher's got his mouth full of my whatchamacallit.
Even so much, he sponsored the candy.
Exactly. Damn, he's like,
I loved Raw. It was the beast. I like Cody Rhodes getting his bitch ass beat down.
That was good. I like that.
That piece of shit Rhodes. He's like,
Right on, Incher. Preach it, Incher.
Suffering fuckatash. I'm Cody Rhodes.
Oh.
Preach on, brother.
Did he steal that from Roman Reigns now? Like
Roman Reigns.
Oh, and I think afterwards, both Brandy and Dustin went on Twitter, pissed off. I don't know, pissed off and angry at Rock for beating up Cody.
Leave your hands off my man.
There is no nougat in here, is there? Where's the nougat?
I think there's caramel. Is there iron?
I got a candy bar for you, Incher. Boom, yeah.
Yeah, that's not that
Creamy center for you. Booyah!
We got.
This was the one I was talking about, Incher.
Oh yeah.
Had no furniture, just a pink bunny with a leather belt around its neck. There's me riding the
Oh, that's a bunny.
Yeah. Did you sit on it naked?
That was something else.
Yeah.
Is it a bad bunny?
I mean, just the ear.
He's spreading that on the internet.
And here's the bed. It's got these leather belt straps and handles.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Guess all you gotta do is find a stud.
Right here, yeah.
Well, gents, it's way past my bedtime, so I'm saying good night.
Night, Stevie.
I'm out too. Good night.
Night, Stevie.
Good night, bitch. I mean, Lexa.
If those walls could talk, they would tell you how thoroughly bored they were with Jack Stay. They would be like, "Oh, what the hell." They're used to quite a show. If this is a soundproof room that has straps on the bed and a pink bunny, there's probably people doing all kinds of crazy stuff
in there, ain't you? Actually, was barely in there because I was going watching movies. But boom! Next time I'll bring Incher, and the walls will be telling stories for years.
Let me fucking the power go.
They're like, oh, damn,
Jackie Jones starts screaming like a girl.
That man's
Push
acting
it and
just
pull
like his grandfather.
I was already in the joke, Jack. I was already in the joke.
I was already in that ass.
No, I was in the joke, and I was saying it. My joke goes over your joke. That's how it is. It's very huge. It's the best.
I called dibs.
I've got the very big joke for the show tonight. It was the best.
Yeah, we're looking at him right there.
With
joke, he had a joke, and you cancel each other out with your jokes.
It's a pass, a wash. Trying to find the. By the way, I forget to show these. Mike Bessler, he puts together these heady verse tunes. I should show them here on the show. But so often, Incher doesn't let me is the problem.
What?
I'm like, we need to show these jokes by our boy Mikey B. Jack's like, no, screw Mikey B. I'm like, Mikey B is a good man. Heady Tunes by Toonie McGee. Mr. Bischoff, all of us here at Applebee's think it's great that you're on top of the world for 83 weeks several decades ago, but you still have to pay full price for your brisket of ribs.
Take that bitch off.
Poor old man Bischoff.
Gets a senior discount. Hell yeah, 15%.
The old man yells at clowns.
I can't find the questions. What did
Can't
Incher
find
do to the
question.
questions?
I didn't do nothing.
Sometime I try to think about what clouds look like. It's fun.
I could see you doing that, Bruce.
Like that cloud looks like a rabbit.
I could see
Wow.
you being amazed by like a double rainbow. You would be like, "Oh,
Do you ponder the moral
it's a
dilemma of the clouds?
rainbow, a double rainbow."
Nah, that sounds like depressing. I just admire them.
Mhm.
Just think about this, Bruce. Clouds are looking down, wondering what you look like.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah.
That Bruce kinda
They're like
looks
that.
like
That dude's hot.
Kinda looks like a
Like, I wonder why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Like, what the fuck? That's what the cloud's saying. Like, what the fuck, man? That dude's getting a raw deal.
We gotta find Bruce a girlfriend. That'll be a
Hell
new
yeah.
segment on the show.
Ah, yes.
Are you busy?
Who? Barbie?
The pink bunny.
Oh, the Pink Bunny. I think that Barbie Richards.
Mhm.
Pink Bunny. What? Yeah, I don't know,
it's a
Bruce.
rim
I think
shot.
you and the Pink Bunny would be a good, cute couple.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of stuffed things back here. I got that
Damn! Whoa!
covered.
Who's been stuffing them?
And Lamb Chop even has a hole. So, like, I mean,
A hole.
I
Oh,
just
wow.
stuff a plastic bag in the hole.
Walkie's protecting Spock over there. Who's behind Spock?
You know, I would really love to get those
Oh, yeah.
lifelike dolls that they
Like a
sell.
real doll of Incher?
Well, not an incher, but
Jack has that on his wish list. He's got it all
That would
planned
be-
out and
that would be
everything, and it's
pretty
on the wish
awesome.
list.
That would be sweet. But
You walked into that one, dude.
oh,
If you could have a real doll of any wrestling personality, who would it be, Incher?
Of any wrestling personality?
Living, dead,
Linda
man, woman?
McMahon.
Damn.
Oh my
It'd be
god.
like
The
the closest
paralyzed
to the
one?
real thing.
The paralyzed and Linda McMahon?
Yeah, have her in the
Oh
wheelchair.
my god.
oh,
Be
man.
so lifelike in that role.
That went
Mm.
really dark. I don't know
Sorry.
if Walkie has an answer for this. Do you have an answer for if you could have a real doll of any wrestling personality, who would it be?
I got one.
Answer
Me?
this question that's
Um,
sure to get you canceled.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh, I'll take that
Alright.
answer. You get to be out of that
Alright.
question.
Bruce,
Yeah.
what about you?
I was gonna say Shane McMahon right after Linda McMahon.
Whoa.
Be freaky, just throw him off of stuff, like then have sex with him.
Like Super Dave Osborne?
Yeah, like suplex him into plexiglass walls and then make out with him.
You can do whatever you want with it. That's a good answer. I kind of like that. That's fun. How about you, Coast?
I'll take a Sue Young doll.
All right. I don't think you're throwing it through plexiglass.
No. I would like to get one of those, but my friends would think I'm doing something with the doll. I just like it for the artistic.
Oh, you just like set it up in the corner.
How could your friends
Yeah,
not
just look at it.
doing something with the dog?
Loosen some floorboards.
Exactly.
Put it-
Yeah, damn pervert.
Yeah, but they're so lifelike and nice. And I'd love to have them, but you know.
Yeah, I like to have the whole four horse, the original four horsemen.
Hell yeah.
Gucci.
Do you think it's in the real doll maker's wheelhouse to be making an Ole Anderson? He's like, he's like, I'm done. This is a little outside of my realm. I mean,
He's cursing out Tony Atlas.
Middle aged and
all
crazy T-shirt on. How about you, Goosey? That's gonna top the Ole Anderson. It's gonna be hard to top
But
that.
the real doll?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like Eric or Ivar.
Ivar, that'd be a good one. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Big Bad Bob. Yeah, like a real
One
doll
of myself
yourself.
so I can fuck myself all night long.
That's hot.
So when people tell Goosey to go fuck himself, he really can.
And Ludite.
All I can think is Nancy been wandering better times.
Oh,
A woman? All right.
Woman. We'll say woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Nikhil wants to know Jake the Snake Roberts re-signed a new 1-year contract with AEW. I'm a Jake fan.
What if you had a woman in like a Chris Benoit one, so you could like cut Chris Benoit?
Oh.
Every time you go, don't kill her.
Benoit in the crossface. Like, take that.
Oh,
You just prop him up in the corner, he'd be all pissed off looking. Oh my god.
Oh man.
You can't reach it with those little T-Rex arms.
I can do it now.
Put a little camera in front of him. It's like he's filming it.
Jade Cargill signs with SmackDown. Yeah, we went over this. That's cool. Adam Copeland issues Cope Open Challenge for TNT title. Look, stop with the Open Challenge stuff. It's been done to death in AEW. I'm an AEW fan, but this is like something they've gone to like way too often.
Mm-hmm.
Carmelo Hayes has been set for a WWE main roster call-up since before the Royal Rumble. He is expected to move up to the main roster full-time shortly after NXT Stand and Deliver. Are you pumped?
So pumped. He seems like a pretty good talent from what I've seen of him. I haven't seen a whole lot of him.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I've seen his one match he had on Raw, and he was pretty good. I think he's been on a pay-per-view, too. So.
Hey, guys. Breaking news. Becky Lynch's book is on Audible.
What? Oh, it is? Oh,
Yep.
I'm an Audible fan. I might listen to it.
You gonna go grab that Becky Lynch file?
I'm not against it. It might be good.
Might be good, might be horrible too.
This would be the
She's
first
pretty young.
biography I read that's pretty crap. I don't know, but she is young, but she's also done, there is a potential for interesting stories there,
True.
being like one of the first like real women to main event stuff. So
She played on Leprechaun in Vancouver. We had to televised wrestling for a while in like 2006.
She'd be like, when Seth Rollins put his shrinky dink in me, I felt nothing. He was pointing down.
Was she the one who received the selfie?
she can talk about she's
No.
married. No. She can talk about not getting one question right on Jeopardy.
Oh.
So
Be like,
the
that's
main-
a low blow.
So the main question is, who's buying the book to see her and Seth Rollins do the Shawn Michaels picture?
Hell yeah!
Mm-hmm.
I think me and Intra should recreate that.
Hell yeah.
Only
I'll
if you
do
guys do an OnlyFans.
Hell yeah! Intra, you can take the place of the belt. You can just lay right over my. We can drape Intra over my crotch. Actually, we should recreate the Fantastics, or not that. I mean, the Fabulous one.
I think I'd rather do the other one.
That's the greatest wrestling video of all time.
That's I said the Fantastic was supposed to be like ZZ Top. I never looked at ZZ Top and went, these guys are horribly gay.
Yeah.
Like while Cornette was editing in that, he's like, "Yeah, these guys are badass. Look at them."
Not like these wrestlers today. Can't get a BJ. Mustafa Ali.
These guys are gonna fuck each other.
You think they ever in the hot tub? Mustafa Ali, I'm going to go ahead and become the greatest X Division champion of all time. That's not a really great goal, is it? I don't know.
Used to be, but I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just glad he's on Impact, the show I watch.
This year in 2001, today in 2001, Shane McMahon announced on a live simulcast of WCW Nitro during Raw that he is the new owner of WCW. What are your memories? This was a sad day.
Yeah, it
Hmm.
was.
The end
I
of
remember
the
watching that
Days of
live. That
Wrestling
was
died.
Yeah.
Bye,
Very
bye,
sad.
Happy
Mr.
moment for me.
American. Bye.
Oh,
Yeah, it sucked for me. My
That was
favorite
probably
wrestler.
the last time I watched TNT until like AEW came around.
Yeah.
20 years.
It was probably the last time. Yeah, I don't recall ever tuning into TNT for anything.
and then the world changed several months later. So it was a crazy year.
It was.
Santana reveals Proud and Powerful were supposed to win the AEW tag team titles in January 2020 from SCU, but plans had to change because of his dad's passing. And Hangman Page, Kenny Omega won the titles. What are your thoughts? Well, that's too bad because they were one of the early teams of the show of AEW. Never won the tag belts.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
Yeah.
I understand why now.
Hmm.
It was the Hindu Festival of Light Color yesterday. It was called Holi.
Wally.
How do you say it?
Wally.
Wally. Wishing you a happy Wally from Nikhil.
The
Well, thank
Wally.
you,
The
Nikhil.
Wally.
He celebrates it, so happy
Thank you, Nikhil.
Hindu Festival of Light. The first ever WWE draft took place this day in 2004. The first one I was kind of interested. After that, I just thought, really, who cares about this? But SmackDown got Rene Dupree. I always thought he would become a big star, but never did.
Mm-hmm.
Did the
Mark
first draft
Jindrak.
happen in 2002?
He's saying 2004, so maybe he's wrong.
I think I have to correct that.
Yeah, they split up Louder as the Stones. And they went from 3 to 2. I didn't like that.
I guess they couldn't resist.
On this day in WWE 15 years ago, Randy Orton
March 25th, 2002.
Ah, look at that, Nikhil, Lion Nikhil, corrected by Walkie. Walkie knows. On this day in WWE 15 years ago, Randy Orton infamously DDT Stephanie, then kisses her on the mouth. A handcuffed Triple H. A handcuffed Triple H is enraged.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it goes well for you, Kristen McMahon.
No.
Yeah.
It's not weird any of the McMahon sexual stuff angles now.
Yeah. He got up from the RKO and the kiss. He wasn't chewing gum before, but then he was. It was crazy.
Whoa, he stole her.
Yeah. I've done that with girlfriends. It's hot.
Oh.
Would you exchange the whatchamacallit with Incher?
If you were my girlfriend, I guess. I don't know.
I'm eating my whatchamacallit.
Well, you can do it up for Bruce.
Oh, what? I don't let anyone feed me food like that, though. That's out of bounds.
You get like baby bird it to Bruce.
No.
Well, I'm just trying to help you guys out.
Man, just spit it on the ground. I don't want it on me.
You say that as if there's a relationship. There is no relationship with me and Bruce.
It's a social, like the internet kind.
I thought it was deeper than that.
I think he's a cool internet personality.
There you go.
Like PewDiePie.
Look at this is very true, Jonathan Jackson. Maybe Nikhil has been making up all these dates all along. And we just let him go by. But Walkie's like
shenanigans.
I don't to say, hey.
I don't believe so. I think Nikhil's legit. He might have messed
You
with me.
usually hear hating Nikhil and whatnot, like off his head and stuff. Happy birthday to four-time TNA X Division champion and former Ring of Honor World champion Christopher Daniels, who turns 54 today.
Mm.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Have you ever guys seen that like old Bowflex commercial, like in the '90s, where some guy's like, "I'm 50 and I do Bowflex," but he shaved his head and has like a soul patch. He's like leather pants and playing guitar. Like he looks just like Christopher Daniels.
My mom always if a guy only has the soul patch, but
I'll
no
find the
mustache or
thing.
beard, she always says it's a ball tickler. She thinks that they grow it just. That's where I get all my humor from. My mom.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to start muting my mic here.
Let's see, where are we? You know, though, Christopher Daniels. It's too bad he was came around when he did. If he would be in his prime right now, he'd be definitely a top guy because he has all the. He's very much like the modern guy. He's a really good wrestler, but he was small. Was his really only drawback? He's a good talker and charisma. So if he'd be around today, his size wouldn't have been such a hindrance.
He was supposed to be the higher power.
Yeah, but you know, it's really
Was he?
so small they didn't do it. Yeah, that's how they
they
built
don't-
that angle around him.
Well, the Curryman thing worked for him.
Higher power.
Curry, yeah, he went from being the higher power in WWE to being Curry Man.
Curryman.
He was Curryman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
he's Curry Man.
I have a
Yeah.
Curryman's good.
Curryman was one of those like interchangeable wrestlers in Japan where there were different ones that were Curryman.
He was
I don't
Curry
know.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I have the
Christopher
mask
Daniels
somewhere
was
upstairs. In
one
my room
rendition of
somewhere.
Curryman.
I'll have to do the show as Curry Man.
Hell yeah.
And then what if I
Yeah.
take it off at the end of the show and I'm really like Swax or something?
That would be pretty awesome.
I am keeping my mouth shut when it comes to Swax.
Thank you. Yeah, if you say his name too many times, he'll reappear like
Swax
Candyman.
that
I would just be like, why is Jack talking about Gail Kim so much?
I've come back to the show.
I'm here. On this day in 2003, Chief
Gail
Morley.
Kim is the best wrestler ever.
Kelly. Chief Morley, I haven't heard that name for a while, awarded the tag team titles to himself and Lance Storm when William Regal was stripped of his title.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like the Motor City Machine Guns era of TNA wrestling has come to an end. Where will they sign?
Supposedly,
I saw
some reports
somewhere.
say they may go to NXT.
It seems
something.
so weird to me to be like be a tag team of like 20 years and then you go to NXT. But,
I mean, don't
To
take
be
my word for
producers,
it.
maybe?
Allegedly.
To be coaches, maybe? Producers?
Yeah.
Maybe?
I mean,
Maybe. Yeah.
you could do some
Yeah.
like dreams match stuff and AEW them versus the young. I don't know if they've wrestled the Young Bucks before. If they have, it wasn't on like a main stage show. So.
I think they
The only dream match I wanted to see out of them already happened. When they fought the American Wolves between Motor City and American Wolves. That was the only dream match I wanted out of those two.
Minnesota still appears to be the front runner to land WrestleMania next year. Have you ever been to Minnesota?
Never.
Many times, and I think
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I
But
lived
I
there
think it'd
for
be a
like
great spot
6
for
years.
WrestleMania.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been to
It's
Minnesota.
a nice city. Minneapolis is a cool city.
Oh yeah.
When I was there.
You ever go to Gatlinburg, Incher?
Ooh.
I don't think I've ever been to Gatlinburg. I've been to Shreveport or whatever.
Jason wants to
Shreveport.
like rent a cabin or something in
Like
Gatlinburg.
Pigeon Forge. Is that like connected to that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's in the.
Pigeon Forge, isn't that
Oh.
where micro wrestling is from? Midget?
They got a bunch of midgets around the area.
Yeah.
There's a big, huge, like like sky thing
Oh,
because
yeah.
there's a forge there. It's
Could I
really
start
cool.
a major league midget tossing like promotion?
You could, Jack. Yes. I think it would work if you did it.
That'd be pretty cool.
Well, there is a
I'd watch
midget
it.
professional wrestling promotion here in Michigan.
Really?
Yeah, it
I
actually.
like them. I think it's the
It's,
last place you're allowed to say midget.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Mike World Champion. Blue Runner Mike World Championship Wrestling.
I was going out to get my food earlier, and I seen one walking down the street, and I kind of looked over and started smiling, and then I had to tell myself, "Don't stare at the midget."
Did you try to catch him?
I was like, "Oh man, I need to stop."
Keep him. Did you ever try to keep one as a pet?
Oh my
No.
god.
No.
There was one guy who is a little person who I saw who just like look for the chopper or like go to the chopper. He was doing an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, and I was like, hell yeah.
I thought he was trying to stop him from stealing his gold.
He was like with his friend, and they were doing Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions. I was like, oh, ha, ha. Yes, I saw that. And that's my story.
There was a little person reality show.
Mm.
I forget what it was
Yeah,
called.
what was
but-
that called?
Oh, Little People, Big World. Is that
Yeah.
the actual really reality show that it's about a family? That one
It
sucks.
was a, yeah.
It was
was a Russian
depressing
lady.
as shit. Well, it's like our life's so hard because we can't get jobs because we're small and the world is hard. And look at this car. Oh my god. That was before they dialed in the reality show like formula. It's like a test run.
Yeah.
Shame on you. I shouldn't be laughing at this, man.
Little People, Big World.
I blame you.
Check it out on YouTube.
Theory Waller versus Street Profits and Legado El Fantasma versus P.D. Dunne and Tyler Bate. The winners are in the ladder match at WrestleMania. Who will it be? The Street Profits.
I'm gonna say Theory and Waller.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Matt
Yeah, why not?
Cardona. What?
Yeah, why not?
I'm going. How about Legado El Fantasma? I don't even know who they are. Matt Cardona is on TNA on a per appearance contract. Will you start watching? Nope.
Nope.
He
Why?
comes in with like 10 belts.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's kind of like EC3 where they float between NWA and OVW and what's that, MLW, I think. No, not MLW.
Good for him to have gotten such a following and stuff, you know, with not being on like a major promotions.
Those two should
Yeah.
have a tan off. Like, see who's Tanner?
Who?
EC3 or Matt Cardona.
Matt Cardona.
That'd be a real like battle there.
Why is the Continental title? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they have to. I like the you know, the having all three belts together, the Triple Crown, but breaking them up is sorry,
What?
way too many.
There's
titles.
some weird like how it's gonna be defended now. It's
Yeah,
like
don't go overboard with these rules. That's not good.
yeah, it was a
So
weird
confusing.
rule. I didn't understand.
It stinks.
Like, are they going to recombine them again? Like, whenever
It's
it
like
comes
whoever
time to...
has them that has it by the end of the year, then has to win like the tournament to keep it or something.
to keep it.
Yeah,
So, like, it's brought all back together.
I don't know.
So, like, it's been split apart, but then it comes back together.
I'm not a fan of all this nonsense. Mike Santana on free agency. I've had some discussions. Everything is on the table. Could go to WWE. We'll see. I like him, but I don't really see him being a big star on his own, especially like on WWE.
Hey, he's pretty good on the mic. I think he cuts a pretty good promo. He might. I would say he could do pretty good in WWE. Just going out on the branch here, but could be wrong.
I don't see.
Mark my words when you're screaming about how you love Mike Santana.
I don't know. The last person you said this about was was it like Mantar and Manu?
No,
and
Anarchia. Manu, Prince Iaukea. We
no,
weren't
Anarchia. Anarchia. You're saying he was gonna be a big
I gave him credit for actually trying. Unlike what's his name there, Hernandez that just stood there. He was actually carrying the promo.
And also throw Kiwi in there too. Might as well.
Yeah, I remember just big, but he was always talking about Anarchia. That was I think that was his Wrestler of the Year one year, wasn't it? On the Headies.
I don't recall that at all.
Or your most improved or something.
This show taught me about Anarchia. I didn't know about it before I started listening to In Your Head.
Anarchia should be a participant on the show every day because we keep his name alive here.
Who was the guy who wrestled Gators? That's another one. ZZ.
ZZ. Yeah.
Intra thought ZZ was going to main event WrestleMania.
I keep trying to look up ZZ and nothing comes up. It's weird.
I got ZZ.
No more hip thrust.
It's just two Z's. I was doing Z-I-Z-I.
No, ZZ.
Okay.
Top.
Maybe I'll find it now.
ZZ top and Intra's the ZZ bottom, if you catch my drift. Yeah, boom! Got your Intra!
Shut up! I'm looking up ZZ.
Yeah, I see. You're probably getting the plastic bag.
Bruce. There he is, Bruce, the legend of ZZ.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, he's hot.
He looks
no.
Bruce. If you got on the juice.
Here you go, Bruce.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Who was he with? Billy Gunn? Was he?
He was on Tough Enough.
Oh.
Yeah, he was one of the.
I think I know who that is, actually.
Yeah, that'd be nice. YouTube clip of Billy Gunn yelling at him.
So all I remember from In Your Head is Billy Gunn and ZZ, and then and I never was able to look it up.
If Wacky and Bruce had a child, I think it would look like ZZ.
Yes.
I know Mike Modest came on the show once.
Getting together.
Yeah, Mike Modest is a good guy. I like him.
And then after he came on, then he started the show.
Oh, he did?
So I think you inspired Mike Modest to do his own show.
He's actually a member of the horror group because he's also a horror fan.
Oh, really? He's in the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's on the
group. Talk to him. Since I float between the roster, the OI.
Yeah, he's a double agent here. 30 years ago on Smoky Mountain Wrestling. After their debut win, we hear from Chris Jericho and Lance Storm. I hope people are ready because the Thrill Seekers are here. We're so excited to be here. Any memories of this? Nikhil? No.
I've been watched.
Smoky Mountain was not. I didn't live in the Appalachian Mountains.
I've watched 0 episodes of Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
I binge watched it once.
Oh,
yeah, I've
seen it.
Time I wouldn't. There was no way. You'd have to be like a tape trader or live
or
live in the mountains of West Virginia.
I'm sure the reception's really weird out there too.
I don't recall ever having it here.
Yeah, I think.
Of course,
it was
I
only,
wasn't watching wrestling then. I don't think.
I mean, you watched
So long
ECW.
ago.
It was around during ECW.
Yeah.
Any memories of Suicide winning the Ultimate X match, become the new X Division champion on this day, defeating Shelly Sabin, Jay Lethal, and Consequences Creed?
I remember it.
I
like
remember
it was
that.
I
That
remember
was one-
Suicide. I always wondered why they'd have a character named Suicide. It seemed very.
It was weird.
Yeah, it's
I
not.
bought the action figure just because it was really crazy looking.
I'm
Hulk
not Mr.
Hogan was like, "What's that
PC,
guy's
but-
name?" And he's like, "It's Suicide." That doesn't work for me, brother.
I don't do Hogan. Though. Like, you don't want a wrestler named Suicide.
Nah.
Like, there's like wrestlers who have done this act. And you want like
Was
kids
he the
like,
main
I
character?
want a Suicide T-shirt and stuff. He was a
Wasn't he
character.
the main character in the video?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they bought him to TNA, because he was in the video game.
Yeah, I played
Yeah.
that game.
Oh yeah, the TNA's the only video game they ever put out.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
No, it was a character first in the game, and then it, yeah.
That's what they're
And that's why it sucked.
He came out of the video game. The video game
Yeah.
made him real. It was like a Stephen King
Suicide, come alive.
Like Zeus,
Doesn't even make
like
any
Zeus-
sense. Suicide ain't no come alive. Suicide end you alive.
Yeah, like Zeus from the movie.
Purgatory.
You're right.
No
No
holds
holds
My
barred.
brain just has brain fart.
No
Zeus coming out.
holds barred.
No, thank you. Like Zeus coming out from the holds barred to do the wrestling thing.
Yeah. And then
That
you
was
and he just believed
He was
he's a real
bad.
guy.
Yeah.
that was ridiculous.
Now people act like Zeus was a great wrestler. I see like on Facebook, like, the dude was terrible, and he had like
He had
Nah.
lifts. They had to
I
put
like
lifts
him
on
as
his shoes.
Debo. That's why I like him.
I
No,
like
no.
him as the president in The Fifth Element.
Mm.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tiny Lister. On this day in 2010, Eric Young, Jeff Hardy, and Rob Van Dam defeated The Band in a steel cage match on Impact. What are your memories of The Band?
Man.
I don't remember The
Who was
Band.
in the band?
Oh, that's we got the band back together. When that like Hall and Nash, X-Pac.
The lame version of the NWO.
Yeah, we can't call it the NWO, so now it's The Band.
This feels like more like a quiz rather than like general questions. Like, I'm failing.
You have to write a book report on The Band for next week.
Oh my God.
Nikhil has it for me.
That's without Scott Hall because he was a drunk, like at the time.
I like Scott Hall.
Well, he wasn't in it.
Remember. Yeah, I think he was in it.
Oh.
On this day in 2010, Frankie Kazarian defeated the Amazing Red, Brian Kendrick, and Christopher Daniels in a ladder match at Destination X. And Motor City Machine Guns defeated Jen Mee in an Ultimate X match. What are your memories?
The Young Bucks.
Yeah, Intra was a big fan of Generation Me starting back then.
I think I saw that match.
For every Anarchia and Manu, Intra does sometimes get one right, and he picked Jen.
Hey, I called out Jay White back in the day as like one of the new one of the best.
I called out Cody Rhodes because that Barbie was like, well, most people are like Ted DiBiase Jr. Like that guy fucking blows.
I thought Luke Hawx would blow up, but he's like stuck in a swamp somewhere still.
Well, he does like movie stuff and stuff, so I don't think
He's
really
cool.
tries to pursue being like on a televised promotion. Like he was in Venom, and he does a lot of like stunt work for movies.
That's cool. He's a badass.
No, yeah, I like him. Multiple time guest here on the show. Lexa wants to know, do you have a smart ass TV? That's a good one, Lexa.
It's a smart ass TV.
It says Wise Cracks. Maybe he means like a smart ass TV. Like it just shows you the best asses.
The question for Lexar is not a smart ass TV.
Jonathan Jackson! AEW, Ring of Honor, and WWE NXT both currently have 15 active titles, respectively. AEW Ring of Honor has 4 major singles, while WWE NXT has 7. TNA currently has 6 active titles and nothing major. There is no question. All right.
He just wanted to state the fact.
Mm-hmm. What are your favorite memories? No. Steven Bootlars wants to know, do you think CM Punk's appearance on this week's Raw and doing commentary during the Rollins-McIntyre match at WrestleMania is a huge step down for him? Well, I know we talked about the show. No. If he was healthy, yes. But we know he's hurt and can't wrestle, so I don't think him doing commentary is a step down.
I agree.
It's good to have him on the show. People love Punk. He's going to be a draw, even doing commentary. I personally think he should wind down his in-ring career because he gets hurt every major match. Even not a major match. Jumping in the crowd, he gets hurt and stuff. And he is a good commentator, so I think this, to me, he should be looking into the next stage of his wrestling career into commentary.
He's probably going to start a comedy career, but then bite his tongue.
But yeah, I'm a Punk fan, so I think I like it. He's a better commentator than most of the other people. So.
His new teeth backfire on him and bite his tongue off.
You know, it used to be when, like in the 80s and the 90s, when you'd get like taps or dentures, all stuff. The dentist would not want you to get these extremely white teeth because they didn't look real. So you'd get like the off-white, but now it seems like they're the opposite. Everyone gets like the whitest teeth in the world.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
Yeah, these two are actually fake here, but they're not extremely white, so they don't look right. They're not fake; they're crowns. But Stephen Butler, despite Ronda Rousey's recent comments on WWE, do you think that someday Triple H will mend fences with her and bring her back? In WWE, if they think they can make money with someone, they could always come back.
Honestly, do you think Triple H will be around? Who knows?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really a lot more you can get out of her. So I have a couple thoughts. I don't think you can really do much with her anymore. Her initial run, I thought, especially early on, was good. And then when she came back, I don't think she really had any interest. But I applaud her for standing up and saying what she thinks about Vince and the company. And I've seen some people in the group there, they're really they're just still so infatuated with Vince and WWE and like that you can never question them or say anything bad about them. And it's like, I mean, the woman was there. She should be able to say whatever she wants about it, not just have to kiss their ass for the rest of eternity.
Like everyone has their own opinion inside of things. Like no one should be silenced, you know, like
she's not just
no one should be silenced
on Facebook. I'm sure that's her opinion about working there is more valid
for sure
on the internet. Where am I? Lexar, rapper Sean Diddy Combs. 2 homes have been raided by authorities in Los Angeles and Miami for child trafficking. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
I don't
know anything about it.
He fled. I think he fled on his jet, but
ooh.
I also don't know if people know exactly why. I think that's what they think it's being raided for, but I don't know. I just don't want to say for sure because it's all alleged at this point. And I don't want the P. Diddy people coming out.
I've hated P. Diddy forever. Like I
really don't know anything about him, to be honest. I know who
he made more money off of Notorious B.I.G. than Notorious B.I.G. ever even dreamt of seeing. He I don't know. He might even kill them.
Security. Homeland Security raided the properties, correct?
Yeah.
He's screwed.
Oh.
He's
Yeah, I
doing some
wonder-
crazy stuff. A lot of people are getting screwed right now. Well, a lot of people are getting charged with a lot of stuff right now.
Jack said that
No,
he.
yeah.
Well, it's not even charged because when they go in, I mean, he wasn't charged with it.
Yeah. There you go.
That's why I just don't want to say anything because this is legal stuff,
Yeah.
and I don't want Incher getting in trouble and going to the big house.
Well, when the feds make their move, it's a pretty solid case. So whatever it is,
it's probably
he's-
not good.
It's nice
Yeah.
to know that if anything ever happened, that Jack would just be like, "It was all injured." he
You
did
should read
all.
Word magazine.
Not unless it's
He
something
made
good,
me.
then it was all my idea.
Bring you the big money as a roommate. As a Philly.
Lexar, Jack said that he played the Foo Fighters pinball game. Which songs were played? Actually, it was kind of cool because each player could pick what song you wanted.
Yeah, when
I
it
don't know.
starts out, you can pick your song.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Mm.
It was fun. They didn't have it there, but another place I was at, they had the Metallica pinball. But I was there with Annabelle, and Annabelle does not like Metallica, so we didn't play it. But I wanted to play it.
How do you not like Metallica? It's like impossible.
Do you miss seeing wrestlers' entrance videos on the Titantron instead of graphic of a wrestler's name?
Is that what they're doing now?
I don't know. I thought they
Yeah.
sold the Titantron. Oh. This don't
They
really
don't-
mean anything to me.
No, yeah, they don't do the
Oh, they
video
got the
entrance
big,
thing.
like-
It's just graphics and all that.
They do like a CG graphic thing. Yeah,
Oh,
like
the
Roman
hologram,
Reigns.
like the big
Yeah, Roman
hologram.
Reigns has the like bronze version of him. That,
I think
like,
that's
does-
honestly, I think that's pretty cool.
yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah.
big hologram.
And Randy Orton
like
has
it.
the snake.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Coming to get you.
Mm-hmm.
Lexar wants to know what's your favorite color and patterns on a necktie.
What?
What type of necktie?
Like,
Yeah, that was the
Never
random
thought-
question in your head.
I want to see
Was it
Lexar's blood on my
Should make it in your head necktie,
You
with
think
just the
Lexar's
logos
ever-
all over it. That'd be cool.
There you go.
Red and black.
You think
Yeah.
Lexar's ever worn a tie?
Like he
Yeah, I'd
uses
like
a
to see
tie like
that,
David
actually.
Carradine.
I have a clip-on tie and a bow tie in my
Lexar with
closet.
a necktie over his white T-shirt.
Like David thing.
Incher, can you tie a tie?
I used to. I could if I watch a video, I can do it.
I like
Like-
the double Windsor.
The double Windsor knot. I think that's what I did. Can you tie a tie?
I can too.
You just said you had a
Thanks for
clip-on
asking.
tie, Bruce.
I can tie a tie though too. I like having all types of ties. I have the bow tie. I have every kind of hat. Oh no, I have like a lot of hats. I sound like an ass, but
I have every hat in the world.
no, I worked at this place once, and this mortician worked there too, part time. So he'd get off of his mortician job with his tie and take it off. One day he left it there, and I wore the tie all day. I convinced one of my no. He looked like me though, but he was like taller. It was weird. It was in Mississippi though, on the Gulf Coast, so it was
You think he was
close to Mobile.
banging? You know, most people who do that line of work are diddling the corpses.
That dude was weird. I was kind of afraid that he'd catch me wearing his tie, but I didn't care.
I remember you stating a theory about that, Jack,
Mhm.
years ago.
Yes. Yeah, because now it's different. Like way back in the day when it would be like you would inherit that job. It would be like a family job, so you pass down. So you kind of were born into it. But if you're actively pursuing, like, I really want to be a mortician or I want to work in a morgue, you're probably some kind of pervert into dead bodies. Why
I
else would
can't
you
get
pursue
behind
it?
this stereotype, Jack.
People just too squirmy.
You just have a love of dead bodies? You're like, man, I
Yeah.
really want to be around dead bodies? You're some kind of friggin' weirdo.
I worked at this barbecue place, and this guy named Bruce, he was a mortician, and I worked at this barbecue place. I know, it's kind of weird, but he came in with really short shorts, and the waitress is like, "Oh man, Bruce has a big cock."
What the hell?
It was weird. It was hanging out the bottom of his shorts, I guess.
What the fuck? Was it
He was a mortician.
Did he just have a spare one from the morgue?
Maybe. Just like an extra cock, dead cock hanging out of his pants. Shorts. I was like, that's disgusting.
Your dong ever fall out of your shorts while you're at the morgue?
What? How about just out of your shorts? Not at a morgue.
Next question here. Lexar wants to know, would you take Blue Chew pills just for the hell of it? We're gonna do an episode of In Your Head sometime where everyone who video is in has to take Blue Chew.
Just for the hell of it.
It'll be the Viscera
Oh, my
Memorial show.
With nobody
Jack
around.
just
to
flashes
complete-
pictures of boobs on the screen, so everyone like is all like, "Oh."
With no one around to complete the action with.
Just sitting around all hard on.
That's terrible.
Maybe we get to watch Shimmer. Oh,
Raw report.
Really wrong.
You're like, it really wants to go down, really bad.
Is Nikhil trying to get laid during WrestleMania?
What?
Char wants to know if Nikhil is going to try to get laid during WrestleMania week.
Well, how are we going to answer that? You got to ask Nikhil.
Oh, so that wasn't Nikhil asking that. That was Lexar.
Lexar asking us if Nikhil
Okay.
is trying to get laid.
I got confused.
Is Lexar looking for a ticket? Is he like offering his services? Is that what he's doing?
Maybe that's how he's getting in. Can Jack look over the WWE shop site and look at all the WrestleMania merchandise? I mean, can't you do that? Can't you go there and look?
Jack, do it for
We
me.
like it when you read the story, Jack. You read it.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see how late it is after we answer this question. Will there be an In Your Head show tonight? No. Sorry, it's been canceled. Mick Foley said that he thinks having the Prime Energy Drink logo on the canvas is a bad idea. I don't care.
Do you say because it slips?
No, he says because Vince McMahon said it was sacred. If you worried about slipping, I get that. Other than that, I don't know why anyone really cares.
And I'm just saying that to troll people. So.
No, if you're actually worried about like safety, and plus, don't bring up Vince McMahon. You're like, well, Vince said this is sacred, so we should really, stand by his wishes. The upstanding.
I hope they like tie him down like Clockwork Orange style.
Yeah.
And you watch like them putting the logo on the ring, so he has to just stare at it the entire time. He's like, no.
Oh, that
And
was
people like sneezing and stuff. And
on Raw.
Say the word belt. They took it to the hospital.
Well, Drew McIntyre talked about always being the chosen one, and Punk said, "Yeah, who chose you?" And talked about like insinuating who's like a real great guy who made him the chosen one. I was like, man, I'm really surprised this was on WWE television.
Yeah,
it's pretty awesome though. I stand behind that. That's pretty cool. CM Punk is the special guest commentator for WrestleMania 40. Are you intrigued? I'm all about it. It actually makes me more interested in it. It's been rumored that TNA is paying their talent on a per appearance basis. Are you sad that they lost? It's their own fault. They had a lot of momentum going, and then they fired the guy responsible.
Mm-hmm.
They're destined to never be like a big deal. Like they actually started to get people into it again for the first time in a long time, and then they go and fires the guy.
Yeah.
And not only is that, like the fans like get upset, then like a lot of the wrestlers there who liked him, were upset. I don't get it. Ronda Rousey said that she doesn't intend on going back to WWE. We already answered. Flexar, don't ask the same questions that was already asked. Dude. You can look right above it and see it.
Yeah.
I think that's all the questions. Interest. Do you want to look at the shop zone or?
Maybe a few things, and then we can.
All right, we'll run over
maybe a few things.
Man, on my TV, there's a documentary about lab rats. So there's like 150 like rats running around on my screen. It's really gross.
You could always turn.
But they're smart.
I guess. These are in the old days before they filtered all of them to be smart.
We need to do a study on ring rats and see what's going through their minds.
Blowing people.
Why do they like Marty Jannetty so much?
I think they really do, or is just making it up. So we
I
got
have to interview old ladies now.
I do kind of like this.
Get the
jersey
answers.
with the Liberty Bell in the middle. It's pretty cool.
Well, at least they're using the. Yeah.
Man, they still got to go to the Austin well. He's not even on the show, but Philly 316.
They make the money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of weird though. Why don't they put like somebody actually, Punk or something?
Yeah, for sure.
Cody or something. We got a bunch of socks, only $75.
Holy shit.
Oh wow, that's the steal.
How many socks do you get for 75?
Like
10?
Four pair.
Oh, 8.
Four pairs for 40 WrestleManias.
8 socks. Nice.
Now, would you mix and match those so you have different ones on, or just match them?
Look at these.
They aren't matching. It doesn't look.
3-pack for $60.
$20 each pair of socks.
That's so tacky.
On it.
That's pretty cool.
No way I would put that on my feet.
I would.
But I definitely would not. I'd
cut the toes off and wear it as like a sleeve.
Philly cheese.
Yeah, just cut the toe off and you could put it like that.
It does look like something I'd buy at the dollar store. I bought silly socks at the dollar store.
Heck yeah. Ooh. Those are like pimpin' sweaters there.
Damn, what's with all these socks? I don't know. I'm not a fan of the white sweater. That's gonna get dirty fast.
Yeah. A lot of baking soda. Some girl told me that.
I can see back in the day when I used to chew my toenails, wearing those.
What?
I can wear those. Yeah, I used to chew my
You
toenails.
just chew your toenails.
Yeah.
Until last year. Yeah.
No, it was decades ago.
Did you ever pop?
Okay.
So you're that flexible. Did you ever pop for yourself?
Whoa, that's a good.
Why does everybody ask with that of like bendy people? We like SRODs.
That was Big Bad Bob go-to. He was just like,
everybody asks that. Yeah, I think I can still do the weird stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You aren't on screen.
You do popple yourself.
Yeah.
Everybody says
There's
that.
belts
That's
on the
what's crazy.
screen. You're fine.
I actually do like this.
No, I'm
I do
joking.
I do like this football jersey. I'd wear that. I do like that. Damn, it's $100 though. That's pretty cool.
Eagles colors.
Yeah, that's good. That's like when they're in Boston, they had the Celtics color for the Monet shirt. Nice hoodie. I'd wear
nice.
that. I would not pay
Yeah.
$90 for a hoodie though.
Nah.
WrestleMania logo.
It's a WrestleMania hoodie.
$90.
What kind of belt is it?
Pump it up, pump it up.
That's what the
world
WWE belt looks like now.
Yeah, that's the one.
World heavyweight title.
Around. Yeah.
Is that Seth?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Seth one.
There's the
Levels
looks nice.
above. The Philly 316 even has the Austin skull on it. That's really weird because he's not on the show, is he?
Yeah, it should have like a cheesesteak on it or something.
Yeah, they
Well,
did
The
that.
Rock!
Coming out of
did
his
that for
mouth.
SummerSlam.
He's as big as Austin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is this?
He's been posting workout videos, so maybe he will
Oh,
go
that's
to
a Cody Rhodes
WrestleMania.
shirt.
I thought
It's blonde like him. It's like not white. It's like a little blonde.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a fan of this gimmick, but I do think that's a cute shirt. I like the shirt. It's a nice cartoon drawing. WrestleMania. Got a Mitchell and Ness. That's actually expensive company. That's a cool jacket, hat.
Oh, yeah.
Like an all-over shirt. Lots of jerseys. That's a button baseball jersey. That one's pretty too. Oh man, look at that shirt.
Yeah, I like the Paul Heyman one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame shirt there.
Everybody wants Paul Heyman scowling at you whenever you're walking around with your shirt
They'd
on.
probably think it's like, oh, is that the new Penguin from the new Batman?
Or Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah, perfect, Jack. I was thinking he'd be the new like WWE's Kingpin.
Yeah,
WWE's Lex Luthor.
Mm.
Yeah.
There your shorts, your cock can hang out of the bottom like Bruce's mortician friend.
Hell yeah.
Uh,
He just has the same name. We're not friends.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Jeez, Bruce
There's
is
some
not
stuff going
disowning him, defriending
he's
him.
disavowed.
There's only one cock per story in my world.
Oh, this is I was like, man, that seems cheap, $35, but it's a mini helmet.
Oh.
That's kind of cool. I don't really understand why you'd have a WrestleMania mini helmet, but
Did you get ice cream in it?
I got a SummerSlam mini helmet, so why not?
Oh, that's
a really small
like
head. You could wear it.
He-Man type of thing.
Yeah.
No, they're bigger than a He-Man, but
No, I mean the
Actually,
Bianca Belair shirt. It's like He-Man looking
No.
to me.
This is a pretty one. This is everything else is the Eagles
Ooh.
green, but this is a gold one. It's cool.
76ers maybe.
Everything's expensive.
All things
$100.
considered, I think I'd rather rock some aces and eights.
Damn.
Sure, there's a lot of that out there.
Look at this. Now they're just
aces and
straight
eight
up
out.
You know what? I wonder if Austin was gonna be on here originally because they make an awful lot of 316 stuff for no Austin on the show.
That eagle
Yeah,
looks
I
like
think so.
Austin.
Well, that's the actual Eagles logo. $549.
I'm joking. Huh.
500.
You get 24 off. Free shipping.
Does that-
on- oh no, that's free shipping on orders over $24. So
Does it say WWE on it?
I don't know if it does. It says NFL actually.
Yeah, that's crazy that they'd sell
I
it.
thought this said "Man of the Asses" at first. I was gonna buy it. What is one ugly ass shirt? I mean, come on. Man of the masses. Is that what Becky Lynch calls herself now?
Man of the ass.
Ass man.
Oh yeah, these are nice here. Get my junk right in the Liberty Bell. That's how it got cracked. Jack's junk.
That was a mighty dong.
That was a good one, ain't sure. Look at what's this mean? Vegas 316. What the hell's that got to do with WrestleMania in Philadelphia?
Is it like leftover? Like,
yeah, maybe it's a leftover one.
I don't understand. Let's just throw it on everything. Bull Nakano. I'm a big Bull Nakano fan. That's a cool.
oh, I like shirts with back writing on it too.
Baby's got back.
Hell yeah. I'll probably buy that shirt.
It'll be on clearance after WrestleMania.
Get
Hell
your
yeah.
wallet out, Bruce. Buy it.
32. Psh, I'm broke as hell.
Help out with that. If anyone wants to help out in your head, you can super chat or Venmo like Walkie here. And
Good man,
yes.
Walkie.
Look at that's a cool scarf, WrestleMania scarf.
Oh, that is super cool.
Yeah, I wear.
It says WrestleMania.
Uh-oh,
WrestleMania is a
scarf?
cool thing.
Scarf, or is that more like evidence that MJF is coming?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
No, it's Chris Jericho is coming. He's going to come back.
I am a person, though, that would not buy a specific event shirt if I wasn't there. So I wouldn't buy a WrestleMania 40 thing with the date and stuff unless I was
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like you're pretender.
I've never been to any, so I would wear it. Someone send me one if they got one. They're ashamed like Jack. Oh, I'm joking.
Oh, that's thermos.
I get a.
Is that
thermos is nice?
I thought something popped out of my head.
Thermos on this show means something else.
Yeah.
Oh, talking about Hogan here.
Everything on the show means that.
Oh.
Talk about a can of Coke.
Yeah, that one too.
Oh, you mean Hogan's cock? Oh,
You're so dirty.
Jerry doesn't have that.
dude, those are the shower shoes for.
Why do they have to make 8,000 colors? They're like, we need both the light gray and a medium gray and a dark gray. Just in case.
How much are they? $50 too?
$60.
Holy shit! If they're 20,
These ones are 50.
that would be fine.
What the
Like Walmart special.
Sandals?
Why look at all these colors?
They're all the same color, basically.
Every shade of
They're
gray.
either white or gray.
They
Or
took
gray.
the movie 40 Shades of Gray to heart. Like we actually need all 40 shades.
You get the gray ones with the white footbed. I'll get the gray ones with the black footbed. And the black strap.
Sing my song? What a fucking ugly ass shirt that is.
Black strap.
Look at this one. Boy, their clearance ain't that much of a clearance.
Whenever they put wrestlers in suits, that's like the end of them.
No.
Oh, here you go into the
Classical
24/7
Sailor
belt
White.
on clearance. It's only
How much?
$280.
280. Hell yeah.
Be funny if
What's
that
that
was the
one?
actual build.
That's the eagle wings beside it. Or
That's
with
the
blue.
Ooh.
blue. When did they ever have
Best
a light
looking
blue
damn
one?
WWE title in ever.
That was
Yeah.
who was that? That was like
No
Mr.
one.
Perfect or something. No?
Well, he
No,
was
I
Super
went
World
the Ultimate Warrior.
I don't think he ever had
Oh
the-
yeah, it was.
I don't think he had the colored straps when he was IC champ.
Someone did back
Yeah, the
then.
white
though.
one, right?
I'll look it up.
Warriors.
Shawn
Warriors
Michaels
was
had a
color.
weird belt. He had like the leopardy weird one. I'm looking it up.
Oh, here's I like sweaters.
Whoa.
Claim your kingdom, interest boy.
My God, I'd shit all over that. Sweater.
Razor Ramon, that's sweet as hell.
I like that. Yeah, the Razor Ramon.
I'd wear that. 2XL.
Never get. Wow, this is on clearance for only $623 in the John Cena title.
What a deal!
Heck yeah,
600.
Yeah.
God, I wonder what that Bray Wyatt belt's worth now. The one that was like the custom made
like
one.
A couple of thousand.
Yeah, I know. I wonder what it's worth. Like,
Scott.
what it would be worth now.
I want to wear these acknowledge me shorts. Just walk up to interview and just stand there. Right.
Just the word "me" over the cup.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Man.
What?
What the hell?
Women's UK fucking belt. NXT.
Do you ever? I don't
Wow.
remember anyone wearing that country ass.
That's 3/4 length
He needs
sleeve.
He needs a country pissin' shirt.
That's how we do it.
Earn the shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, what does this mean? It's like a pirate? Who's a pirate? Baron Corbin?
Baron Corbin.
That's his new gimmick? He's a pirate?
No, that was his third gimmick. The last 3 ones. No, I'm joking. I don't know.
The final
Is he?
prayer? That's Karrion Kross. Boy, Karrion Kross is, let's just face fact, he's just a big failure.
Yeah, they're doing something
Not my
with him
boy
now.
Cross.
He's doing he's with the AOP and all that.
I stand by what I just said. Oh, God.
That's favorite thing.
You want to shit on the Cody? I'd wipe my ass on this one. Fucking good for him.
I think I need that shirt just so I could troll
wipe my
Jack
ass
with
on
it.
your fist. Everybody has their price. Ted DiBiase has pretty good. They don't have any like $5 shirts or anything. Boy, is that an ugly SummerSlam shirt.
Slam.
Oh, here you go. This is what I'm gonna buy. The Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest shirt.
Wow. Looks like there's a height difference there.
Yeah. And if
And like
that's
a
what-
head size difference.
If that's what they do in the shirt, he's probably like up to his nipples or something. Really. Who the hell would buy that?
Are they both like Puerto Rican?
Fuck does this mean?
Yeah.
Finn 14
state. Oh, that's when he got that big cut on his head, and then he had to get. It was because they stapled him up during the match.
Yeah. Wouldn't you feel
You
like
don't
a
remember that?
jackass wearing their shirt though?
It was it one of the Saudi shows that happened?
I don't know. I don't watch.
Like they had to staple him up during the match.
I wonder what do you think Undertaker thinks of this? Like we're gonna make Undertaker underwear in purple. The phenom all over the ass.
As soon as they told him about it,
Whoa.
it rolled back into his head, and he's like,
That's pretty cool. Man. It says Baron Corbin is returning to the Lone Wolf character.
Oh God.
When is this? No, this was like from last year. Okay, sorry.
We're gonna look at
okay.
I get so mixed up.
Here we go. We can get Selena Vega choker necklace.
hell yeah.
Nice.
LW
Brock Lesnar
armband.
keychain.
Hell yeah. It's only $6? That seems pricey for a freaking little keychain.
Oh, it's the mask that terrible gimmick that Nikki Cross.
Ass.
Yeah.
Well, here you go, intro. Here's some.
That is
some
straw? What is that? Is it just like
an ornament? It says a holiday ornament, so it's just like
Oh.
a cardboard Austin 316 just tied to like a ribbon. That's like so fucking lame.
How much is that thing? $6?
It's on clearance for $8.99.
Oh my lord!
It was $13. Look how lame these are. They used to do
Is that
cool
the Uncle
ornaments.
Howdy mask?
Yeah, that's only 10.
NXT lanyard. Wow. No, that's an ornament.
Rick Boogs. Now that's oh man, I like Rick Boogs. I wouldn't mind buying.
Whoa,
that.
$10.
$10.
That's awesome.
Boy, that rock, this rock ornament's seen better days. Look at
He
that.
doesn't even have that tattooed on him anymore. He doesn't have the Brahma Brule. Yeah, he covered it up.
A lot. Look at you can dress as Nikki Ass for Halloween.
Hell yeah! Everybody will be like, "Are you that Nikki Ash girl?"
Here you go. Now we got him. We got Matt Riddle go for bro socks.
Oh, nice.
Everybody's been wanting those. We need some in your head socks. This is actually pretty cool. I'd buy this. Andy Kaufman. I'm from Hollywood Hall of Fame tee. Only left in small.
Did he finally get it?
I've lost weight, but not that much weight.
Did he finally get him?
Yeah, I believe so. Last year.
Awesome.
Yeah, they put him in. His brother.
I fucking love Andy.
Yeah, his family came up and accepted for him. It was pretty cool.
Awesome.
Here you go, Incher.
Who's
No
this?
Dar shirt.
He's still in NXT, but he doesn't like have the jacket and stuff anymore.
Who the hell's Robert Stone? Isn't that the guy that was
That's
with
Robbie
Trump?
E.
Oh,
No, that's Robbie E.
I thought that was a bowling service.
You remember Robbie E from TNA?
Yeah,
That's
boy,
him.
Is that an ugly shirt?
Yeah. Is the comment shirt unclear?
Got Matt Riddle, Ronda Rousey gloves. I think this stuff would be a lot cheaper. People's been out of the company for like a year.
Mm-hmm.
This is cool. Spring Stampede hat. We got some Johnny Gargano socks. Here we go, NWO socks. What are these socks?
They gave him merch?
Edge
Oh.
sock.
Yeah, Edge socks. Got Baron Breaker socks. Ninth, boy, that's an ugly China shirt. This is ninth wonder in the world. All right. Oh, look at that. Some more Nikki Ass Incher for you.
Oh yeah.
Those socks are $20 when on original price. British Bulldog collar. Kind of fun. Some underwear. Look at these would be rocking, Incher. You Incher would not Incher. Let's face it. If we were sharing a hotel room and I came out of the shower and I was just wearing those, you cannot resist.
You're just trying to find your way in, and
Pull it out, Big Daddy.
Playing the air guitar, standing next to a mountain. Knock it down with the edge of your hand, Incher. I don't see Scott Hall on this. Just looks like it's Nash and Hogan. There's no Hall. Here you go, Incher. Get a
Cena baby outfit.
Yeah.
For your role
You got
play.
a little Incher on the way.
No.
Okay, I think I've.
Wait, did that shirt say 420? Bro 420?
What? Where? Oh yeah, it's a hat. 420, bro.
That's
Wow.
Matt Riddle.
Riddle again.
Matt
Yeah.
Riddle stuff.
Wow,
Whoa.
can't believe WWE did that.
Yeah, you think
Yeah,
that
especially
would
with
be
their
a lot
wellness
more
policy.
Right. Yeah.
Ooh, in your house hat. That's pretty sweet as hell.
Yeah,
I was
you know
looking.
what?
I
Years
was looking for
ago,
Baron Corbin.
I gave away an in your house shirt on the show. I kind of wish I didn't. I probably could.
I watched that era of wrestling a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean,
The new whatever it was.
who the hell is this?
Generation.
New generation, yes. Thank you, John.
Tommaso Ciampa.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Man, I don't remember looking like that. It looks pretty cool. Grizzled young veteran scarf. I think we finally found what Incher wants.
How much is that? $16.49 is it? Oh,
It's a steal.
$16.99.
How come the Nicky Ash stuff is all separate? Wouldn't you think they just put it all together? Like you got to buy the cape and you got to buy the armbands and you got to buy it all separate. It costs you like $100.
Ooh.
Who the fuck is NDR? Oh, it's New Day Rocks. I like New Day. That's one ugly ass New Day shirt.
Yeah. NOLA SmackDown. What is
The
that?
Organic Bro. Jesus. Country music is my heart. What the? That's a Jeff Jarrett shirt, Incher. How long has this been here?
They need to get the lasered engraved guitars and sell it with it. Like
They
It's the wrong company.
It's been here since 2022.
What the
fuck?
It's been here 2 years. Like, we gotta sell this shit.
Don't you think the price has been dropped from like
I
$18
know.
by now? I mean,
Yeah, it's like we've had it for 2 years. Let's sell it for $5.
get rid of it.
Is that a Lou Albino shirt?
Where? No, we get started.
Up above that. Up above that one.
Albino only comes in white.
Yeah, who's well?
Right.
Oh, it says Diesel. Okay. I just saw
Man,
it
he does look just like Captain Lou.
in that picture.
Well,
And I'm even zoomed in, kind of.
Yeah. Johnny Knoxville shirt.
That's.
Almost super. I'm gonna go up here and actually go to the oldest. I think you can go to the oldest.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna go to newest and then go to last page. I'm
King
curious if
Bundy.
I go to the last page on newest. What is the oldest thing here? Clearance.
I want a John Cena garden gnome.
What is it?
Nicky Ash.
Ooh,
What's a-
Jeff Jarrett
Coupling?
autograph guitar.
Imperium NXT coupling.
Yeah,
Oh,
who
it's
wouldn't want some
definitely-
Imperium couplings? I think
Fight.
no, this is what I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna buy some Apollo Crews cufflinks. No, why would
Whoa.
they not make such a thing?
Apollo Crews. Wow.
Those should really be like $5 right now. I mean,
$5 be like 5 cents.
they should give you $5 for
Are they
these.
made of real brass? The fuck is that?
Probably not.
For 2 years.
They're genuine plastic.
At what point in time would they have been like, we need to make cufflinks for Apollo Crews? Like this.
Like wrestling fans wear French cuffs. Like, what the fuck?
They're gonna buy Apollo Crews.
Hopefully somebody gets my clothing joke.
There are no gnomes, no lawn gnomes. Apparently.
Damn it. Fightful.com has an article. TNA has 178 Jeff Jarrett laser engraved guitars left from 2017.
Get them while they're hot.
Yeah.
Roman Reigns Funko Pop for only $250.
Nice.
Ooh.
Well signed, I guess.
Yeah.
Stop and suck it there.
The Stone Cold one's $400.
Oh.
Liv Morgan's only a 100.
Yeah.
She's still current though. You would think that she would be more.
Why is this one? That one's like 500.
Man, that Shotzi Blackheart one's only $15.
Yeah.
Is
a
it
steal.
signed too?
No.
Oh.
You must have pissed somebody off.
Man.
Nice.
Now they're getting into figures. Oh, no. What the hell? $450 for a signed Steve Austin.
Crazy.
What? Fuck that. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. 450. Fuck that
I
old.
do like this Triple H one with the skull, with the
Mhm.
skull helmet.
Is that a throne or something? Or
Yeah, you think Cody's gonna bust it up with a sledgehammer?
not anymore? He'd be like,
He'll
I
be
love it
fucking
so
blowing
much.
it now.
Yeah, he's like polishing it.
I did get me a figure last week.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, right here. I bought it for $10. Bobby Heenan.
Oh, when he's in the weasel suit.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was a good deal for $10.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
$30 originally.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love that one. That's cool as hell.
Yeah, I said that's a steal for $10.
Yeah, that should have been your choice for real doll.
How do you know it's not?
Ooh.
Pick any 3 wrestlers you would wrestle in a 5-star match and why. From Tori Blonde.
You would just have to pick people that can walk you through the match, like
Will Ospreay,
Anderson, Will Ospreay, and Shawn Michaels.
Will Ospreay, Bret Hart, and Ric Flair.
Woo! Matthews, Allen, Bruiser, Brody, and Adrian Adonis.
Yep.
They're all dead. I win.
Bruiser would probably just beat the hell out of you, though.
No, he's dead. I win.
Oh, well.
Would that be a 5-star match?
You might have. I'm going over, baby.
That's what everybody came to see. Ready, going
Yeah.
over.
All right. Good question, Tori Blonde. She would pick Cody Rhodes, Eddie Guerrero, and Rhea Ripley. That's interesting. All right, good choice.
I'll hold my comments on that.
All right, we're gonna
I'm
take
fine
off.
with the last two, but Cody Rhodes.
You picked who's your poppy and who's your mommy.
Wow. I found a laser engraved guitar with TNA roster signed, the rest of it. And it's like $350.
Buy it.
Yeah.
Can we-
Everyone else buy it.
Can we laser engrave in your head on your forehead, Bruce? Just like laser.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Do I get like a monthly pay for advertising? If that's the case,
But you'll get your name in the credits.
In the credits, yeah.
Special thanks.
I was gonna get a Hershey's Kisses across my forehead.
That does us no good. You need to get in your head, laser.
You want money
engraved.
from us, but you're just gonna get free advertising to Hershey's Kisses. What have they done for you? Does Hershey's Kisses have you on their podcast?
They make us pay, they make us pay for their candy. I had to pay for that whatchamacallit earlier.
Over there, he's fucking washing the balls for Hershey's Kisses, but ain't doing shit for in your head.
Nah, I'm sure if I got the tattoo, I could get them to pay me for it. I should have probably figured that out before. That's a good
Doubt
idea.
it. They'll be just like, hell yeah, buddy.
Like Hershey's is like, fuck you, man. Eat shit, asshole.
All right. Thank you, Tori Blonde. Thank you, fine folks. Getting late here. Time to take off. We'll be back next week for the headies if we can get it passed through the Supreme Court. That'll be fun. You still have we're gonna give you the last few days here to vote, and it's gonna be for the best of 2023. There's a link on the Without Your Head Facebook group, and if you're not on Facebook, you can email me at iwatchwrestling@gmail.com, and I will send you the link, and you can make your votes. It'll be for the wrestling and for In Your Head, so it's In Your Head specific. And it's good to see Walkie back. It makes me a happy man. Hope you're doing well, Walk.
It's good to get to hang out with you guys. I don't do it very often, but
yeah,
time was on my side this time. So
Very cool. We hope to see you
There you
again
go.
sometime when you can make it.
Whenever opportunity comes, I'll sneak in.
All right, sounds good. You guys got stories, meeting wrestlers like at shows or signings, etc. We do tour. We used to go to Fan Fest every year, so a lot of that stuff's in there. And I'm sorry, but we have been on for 4 or 5 hours, so we're gonna head out. But check back in next week and ask some of these questions, and we will talk about them here on the show. I believe we will be on the Harley Race Dark Side of the Ring episode. I think that's next week.
I'm not sure.
Yep, it is next Tuesday at 9 o'clock.
Next Tuesday, 9
Central
o'clock.
Standard Time.
Maybe we'll start the show now or later. We'll watch it. I don't know. We'll
I thought
it.
it's 10 o'clock for us.
Oh, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. I'm in Central.
Oh, I see.
So.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but next week, DVR it, and then you guys can watch Dark Side of the Ring Harley Race episode after the heady.
I've recorded it.
In your head, we'll be on that episode. All right. We'll be back. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Hope you stay, guys.
See ya, everyone.
Yeah, auf Wiedersehen.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big, yeah. It was not small, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, and a fight. Andre was big, yeah. It was not small, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, and a fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big, yeah. It was not small, no. Andre was great, he was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big, yeah. It was not small, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, and a fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
And for whatever reason, they deleted the newest intro, and I also think I lost the newest outro because Coast was not listed there. So I'll make sure he's in there next week, and we're gonna give him a special shout out here, producer extraordinaire, Coast LPA. Yeah!
Hey. Thank you.
Hell yeah, let's give him a sticker. We're gonna give Coast a sticker.
Thank you.
And anyone else who would like to help support the show, make a donation through the website or through Venmo at Headyverse throughout the week. And next week I'll give you a sticker. But we're gonna give one out to Coast right here if I can get this open. All right, front, middle, or back?
Take the middle.
The middle. All right, let's get down here. I have no idea.
That's where they put the strawberry on the.
It looks like old
Neapolitan
Undertaker.
It is Undertaker.
Nice.
There you go.
That's pretty cool.
Dead man.
All right, we'll send that out to you. And I'm also going to send you one of these because you also are a. I have some. Here we go. I'll send you one of these as well since you are.
Cool.
Without your head as well. You have some. This is the previous logo without your head sticker.
Whoa.
Yeah, I do double duty. Go between the roster.
So if anyone out there is a horror fan, we'll be Thursday with Jerry from Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the 50th anniversary. That's going to be a pretty wild event. Alan Danziger, one of the original cast members of the 1974 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's going to be awesome. So he'll be on the show Thursday. We're going to talk about Boston Underground Film Festival. We'll also have the cast and crew of Just One Night. It's a female-directed horror movie that's coming out. So that'll be a good time. That's on withoutyourhead.com. Check out YouTube Without Your Head. And until next week, this is Jackie Jones What do you have there, Bruce? Is that your real doll?
Yeah, I made a big. It's like right in front of my door, and I put like gloves on handlebars and a shirt. So it's and like I found a Flintstones type hat.
Yeah.
Like the Moose Bison Lodge.
Yeah.
But it's a wolf, like it's like a Universal Monsters Wolfman, and it's like lined, so it's like that. But I put smokes in its mouth and hacky sacks in its eyes, and gave it a third eye. Just like I don't know. Yeah, there.
Some big stoves he's smoking.
And that's a jewel from a LCD or a television. One of the inside of it. So it's seeing into the digital. I don't know.
Into the never after.
So we got right here.
Hell yeah. My head's too big to fit this, so I stuffed it with a t-shirt.
The black and white version. I'm a big
Lon Chaney Jr.
Yep.
Ah. Man. That's a weird story, Lon Chaney and Lon Chaney Jr. To me.
Why is that weird?
I don't know, that they were just like, I don't know, a line. I am not a big film guy, so I don't know their whole stories.
Lon Chaney Jr. is his son.
Yes. But Lon Chaney was like a Dracula guy thing.
No, Phantom of the Opera. He was
Oh, yeah, that.
Dracula, but then he died.
Yeah.
I think it's a weird coincidence that his son happened to be Lon Chaney Jr. So it was good that they happened to be related.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. Thank you guys. Join the group. Hit the like button. Share this out. Subscribe. Join the Headyverse. Do it all. And do it often.
I think you saw it.
What was that?
I sent you something.
Oh yeah, I'll get some stuff up on the website. I was away during the weekend for a Boston Underground Film Fest.
I said I won't bother you. I'll just leave stuff in there.
Oh no, go ahead. It's not a bother. I just can't always reply because sometimes I'm away.
Yeah, I know totally.
No bother. It's not a
See
bother.
you later.
Just note, if I don't reply right away, don't get mad. I'll get.
No, I wouldn't.
All right, you're
I
good.
never would.
You're good, man, Johnny Cake.
Take care, man.
Ah.
Bye.
Ooh.